morning, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It is Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024, and it is 9:01 a.m. If you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, our invocation this morning is that we all have the courage of our convictions and grace to do what's best for our community, and that our community continues to revive and thrive. Amen.
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 As we can see, Dawn Suddeth is again appearing remotely. Dawn, I want you to know that Jim Dunlop suggested that we take a fake vote and not approve you.
I move to approve the
Forget
budget.
my morning again.
There's a motion by
Second.
Mr. Dunlop to approve Dawn Suddeth appearing remotely. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's multiple seconds. So is there any objection to the motion? All right, Dawn, you're in. And would you please remember to file your application again, or break the news to us that you're not going to, one or the other. May I have a motion for approval of the final agenda, or if any changes anyone wishes to make?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any objection to that motion? The motion carries unanimously. And now an approval of the minutes for the local planning agency meeting of August 23rd, 2024.
So moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Jim. Thank you, Doug. Any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously. And now we're on to public comment. So public comment this morning is for anything outside of any of the cases that are on the agenda, or if by chance you have to leave and you don't think you can stay that long, you're welcome to speak now as well. Does anybody have public comment? Thank you very much. We'll move on to the first of quite a few public hearings. Nancy, would you like to make comments before we begin?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So just so we're all basically on the same page, today in your agenda, you have 7 items. The first 2 items, 1 and 2, are rezonings. You have a request to vacate a utility easement. You have 1 variance, 2 special exceptions, and 1 potential change to your land development code. The first 6 items, which is excluding the change to your land development code, those items are all quasi-judicial in nature. And I will momentarily read some comments about cases that come before you in a quasi-judicial manner. So the formalities that I'm going to be describing for the quasi-judicial matters are not applicable to your last item on your agenda. So with that said, basically your rezoning, your vacating of the easement, your variance, and your special exceptions, these are all quasi-judicial in nature. And this requires this portion of our public meeting, which is a hearing, to comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these judicial proceedings, they're going to be less formal than proceedings before a circuit court. However, they're going to be more formal than the remainder of your meeting when you address that final legislative change. And during your quasi-judicial meetings, you're going to follow the basic standards of due process. And that requires that there have been certain notices made of the various applications before you, that we apply the correct standards of law embedded in your code of ordinances, and that your decisions are made on competent and substantial evidence presented to you either in written form or verbally. Then you will evaluate the testimony, the evidence that's been provided for each item, and you'll draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria that is established in your land development code or in state law has been satisfied. So just pure speculation or an opinion about a particular application is not based on competent substantial evidence, and the courts have not legally considered it to be such. However, testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area, the courts have viewed that as being a competent and substantial evidence, as well as testimony by neighbors or residents in the community who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and observations. So, members of the public, if you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in. You do have one variance on your agenda today, and a unanimous decision by eligible voting members of the LPA in the event approval of the variance is given, that will constitute final agency action subject to a request by anyone for an additional hearing or review of the matter by the town council if the request for the additional hearing is received by the town clerk within 10 days. So for purposes of efficiency and to try to manage today's heavy agenda, we'd like to go ahead and dispose of a few administrative matters. My first question is directed to the town clerk, and I need to ask, have all the agenda items been properly advertised pursuant or properly noticed pursuant to our Land Development Code and Florida law?
Yes, they have.
Thank you. Also, at this time, if any LPA member has a conflict of interest which would prevent them from voting on a particular matter, this is the time to make that disclosure of the record so we can assure that we do have a quorum present when that item comes up. Does anyone have a conflict?
Anyone have a conflict?
No.
No.
So the record shall reflect that there were no conflicts disclosed. Also at this time, because we are quasi-judicial, we do engage in the swearing in of witnesses. So at this time, members of the audience, if there is anyone present, including staff, who intends to provide testimony, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our town clerk.
That would include public comment too.
Anybody who's going to speak.
Anybody. Okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone intending to provide testimony as an expert witness? This
That
is a,
has not already been qualified by the town.
yes. Okay, great. So we should be able to proceed on. Madam Chair, would you like to read the title and then we can do some ex parte
I will
disclosures?
just be thrilled to. Ordinance 2428, which is CPD 202-40015. It is 1836 and 1840 Estero Boulevard. This is the Estero Island Beach Club case. An ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the town of Fort Myers Beach ordinance and approving the conditions for the commercial plan development rezoning for the properties located at 1836 and 1840 Estero Boulevard, less the area within the environmentally critical zoning district, generally identified as strap numbers 194624W403200.00CE and 194624W40320001.1010 Fort Myers Beach, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Mr. Sudduth, do you have any ex parte communications?
No, I do not.
How about you, Jim?
I do not.
Doug?
Yes, I do. I attended a meeting at their planner's office, which was in the same building as my office.
Thank you, Doug.
None.
Jane? Jim?
I had a Zoom meeting with the developer on this issue to go over their revised plan after the first meeting.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I also had a meeting with the applicant over Zoom.
Okay. Amy, all the emails that we've received are part of the record because we have received several emails on this. I did not meet with the developer. I'll also tell you that I spoke with the mayor on this case and former council member Bill Veach. That's my ex parte. All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if the applicant is present, does the applicant have any questions to members of the LPA regarding the disclosures that have been made? No questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jason,
Good morning.
good morning.
My name is Jason Small. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with the Planning and Zoning Department. Today I'm here to present the second iteration of a plan that was tabled previously, commonly known as the Estero Island Beach Club at 836 Estero Boulevard. The request today, I'd like to point out, has been amended since the first time that it was before the LPA. Included in those amendments is an additional request of deviation for height. They will be asking for a total of 58 feet above the design flood elevation. They're currently allowed 40. They're asking for additional 58 for a total of 98 feet above the design flood elevation. The deviation number 5 that was originally requested, this was the deviation to remove the parking area of the building and request a increased FAR, or floor area ratio. Unfortunately, the request to remove this deviation was done after the staff report was already put into the agenda, but the applicant will be here today to make note they are going to bring the plan into the 1.4 FAR maximum that is allowed for by code, and they will be requesting going forward the removal of that deviation number 5. This will be in your staff report and in your justifications to allow for additional FAR. Again, they are proposing to meet your 1.4 FAR, which is approximately 117,000 square feet.
Excuse me. Can we take a recess just for a moment? We're having problems with our sound.
We certainly can. We're just going to stop for a moment. We're having problems with the sound. Thank you, Amy. So we're going to resume our meeting. Jason, go back to your spot. But Nancy, you don't think we need to repeat anything that's already been said?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Jason.
So as was said before, this is a presentation for Estero Island Beach Club. Again, they were removing one of their deviations and to stay to the 1.4 FAR as allowed by code, 75 units. And one of the changes in the iteration from the last plan you saw is a request for a total of 58 feet above the maximum 40 that is allowed, for a total of 98 feet above the design flood elevation. The applicant is here. They do have a presentation, and I will defer to them. If there are any questions or concerns for me right now or the LPA, I'm open to it.
Okay, any questions? Don, do you have any questions for Jason right now? How about you, Jim?
Do you not?
Doug?
None?
Can you tell me, do you know what the square footage of the units were before?
I will defer to the applicant as far
I
as
know
the
that.
floor layout. So I
Or
do know
75
that
average?
at 1.4 FAR, they would be allowed to develop 107,000 square feet spread across 75 units.
And they're asking for,
They are stating that they will be building 75 units and that they will stick to the 1.4 FAR of 117,000 square feet of usable space.
Okay. Jim, any questions?
No.
For Jason? How about you, John?
None.
Okay, Jason, we'll let you rest for a moment. We'll listen to the applicant. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Amy Toubeau with Retzel and Andrus.
Amy, have you been qualified as an expert for the town of Fort Myers Beach?
I have not, but I'm not an expert. I'm an attorney.
We don't have to qualify attorneys.
No, she's not providing expert testimony. She's presenting the case on behalf of her client.
Well, it's very nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you all as well.
Thank you.
I hope you had a nice long weekend.
You did.
I guess I'll wait for the presentation to come up, but sorry.
Jacob, are you going to take Dawn off and put the presentation up? Thank you.
Sorry.
Goodbye,
I was gonna
Dawn.
say she came with no notes, so this could be interesting. It won't work.
Well, while we wait for the presentation to come up, I'll take this time to acknowledge the town and how much we appreciate staff working with us, not only going through the application process the first time around, but working with us as we revised the proposal. So of course you will see those revisions here today, but we really appreciate, the town working with us and their thoughtful review of this particular request.
Thank you.
Looks like you're building a fire
Jacob,
station.
you brought the fire station up.
And Don's back.
We have these glitches every once in a while, Amy. There you go. Thank you, Jacob.
I was gonna say that one was up earlier.
So again, we represent the Estero Island Beach Club, and we are here requesting CPD zoning. Here we go. The project team includes Jeff Hunziker and John Shaw, who are with the Estero Island Beach Club Association, myself, Fred Drovlik with RVI, Tony Stopko with Mecca, and Mike Shealy with MK Architecture.
Amy, any relation to Randy Tebow?
That's my father-in-law. He is not involved with this project.
Good thing. No.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there.
No, I've known him a long time.
Is it working?
There we go. Oh, here we go.
That's
So the
the-
request today is for CPD zoning. Again, this is for the 1.92 acres located in the downtown zoning district that we are seeking to rezone to CPD. So the goal of this request is ultimately to allow this property to rebuild to the same density that existed prior to Hurricane Ian. That is 75 multifamily specifically timeshare units. Again, as Mr. Smalley already stated, we are seeking a max height of 98 feet measured from design flood. That would be 10 stories over parking or 9 stories over parking, 10 stories total, and a total Florida area ratio not to exceed 1.4. The slide represents the previous request prior to withdrawing that fifth deviation. So again, we're seeking an FAR of 1.4, not 1.23. And now I will turn it over to Fred. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Fred.
Good seeing you. Thanks for having me back on this and giving us a chance to, dig a little deeper and make this project a little better. And I think we've got there. We'll hope your opinion is the same. So let's show you where we were before. So this was more of an engineer design. Since that time, we've hired MK Architecture, and Mike Shealy is here to answer questions about maybe some of the layouts and design choices that were made. This one was, there was a lot of comments on this about it being confusing, not really representing either what the town would want or what was really going to be built. It just wasn't accurate enough, and it didn't look good enough, honestly. So now we have some new renderings. We'll get right in with those. Now I did provide printouts of those because sometimes it's harder to see on the screen and look. So there's the packet of the renderings. There's the master concept plan package, and then there's a conceptual landscape plan package as well on 11 by 17, so you can see those better. Those will be in the presentation, so we will go over those, but you have a place to write some good notes. So new architectural design. So let me point out some of the features in my layman terms on this, and if you want to dig deeper, Mike's here. So to answer Jane's question right off the bat, the former units were just under 750 square feet, 730 or so. The new units are about 875 in design. So for each of the units are about 875 square feet. This building, one of the comments right off the bat on the other building was that there was a lot of mass on Estera Boulevard. There were some things about build to line. So we had the building set between that 5 and 10 foot build to line on Estera Boulevard, and it was 7 stories over parking. So it was 8 stories total on Estera Boulevard. So what you see what we did, and part of the reason that we did increase height in the back a little bit was to reduce height on Estera Boulevard to 3 stories over parking and 4 stories over parking. The 3 stories over parking are in the lower parts towards the north side there. Those are living units beside an elevator shaft and things. And then on top of that 4th floor is kind of an office and an open air area. Really is just a good sales center almost, but then also community room as well on the upper floor. And then we'll show you a view of that really gives a nice look to that. Probably create a little bit of activity, even though it's a little bit up in the air, little outdoor activity. One of the comments was, well, we should ask for a deviation about those build to lines to not have so much mass on Estera Boulevard. So that is part of our deviation request today, and we'll go over that. But a big part of the feature that we did was try to, we're trying to rebuild these units to a modern design that is attractive to the timeshare people so that they are willing to really reinvest in this project. And so we set back the building now 23 feet and from Estera Boulevard, and providing a conceptual landscape plan that will lock us into landscaping that in a positive way with native vegetation, salt tolerant vegetation, coordinating with the garden club on those types of builds, coordinate with staff on those types of plants that will really survive and thrive in this environment. We also have a little bit bigger of a setback on Palm Boulevard. So now part of the building is 10 feet. There's some insets in it. They're 13 feet, and we'll have that landscaped as well. And let's go to the next picture. So this one shows a little bit of the landscaping along Estera Boulevard. And those are some plants that may not be exactly what the conceptual landscape plan is showing, but it's pretty close. And that's why we did the conceptual landscape plan. We know you want assurances about what will be planted and built. So we do have that to lock us in there. And so this is our kind of our favorite view of this. Few quick notes on here. We do have parking. We do have islands in the parking lot. We rendered this thing honestly just without noticing that, and then we redesigned the site plan to make sure and have the parking islands in there as required. So there's a few more palms in the parking lot. But here's to show the bird's eye view looking towards the Gulf. And you can see the outdoor activity area on the fourth floor, and the building next to Diamond Head and the amenity area. We are meeting parking. We're actually exceeding the required parking, and we're right around the spaces that they had originally, and the parking worked well. So we won't need any parking off site. That's gonna be fully contained on site in a positive way. So, and we were asked too, what were some of the distances between the proposed building and Diamond Head? So there we're showing that about 115 feet, some depend on the angle, maybe it's up to 120 or 125 feet from this building to the parking structure of Diamond Head. So I think that's a pretty decent distance. So the question was, are we creating a corridor down this beach access that is going to be very negative? I think the distance in between the two, hopefully you don't have the opinion that we are creating a corridor. 120 feet is a fair distance.
Fred, would you mind pulling the microphone closer to you? We're getting some
Somebody's saying.
complaints that, yes, thank you very much.
On the north side of the building, there's a view corridor out from the edge of the building to the next closest house, 170 feet on the property, it's about 120 feet of a view corridor. So that was one of the compromises, one of the really adjustments that were needed to be made based on the alternative designs that could be done. So staff, pushed us initially to really find that view corridor versus sprawling a building out along the entire property. So compared to the original that just had a drive aisle to look out to the Gulf, this should provide a little bit better room and a little bit more of a view over the parking area and the landscaped area. The site plan changes, and a few good ones. One, I'll just go around the circle. So we have one access onto Miramar. We closed two accesses on Estero Boulevard. So there were two curb cuts, so those will be closed. So now the only accesses to the property are one off Miramar and then one off of Palm Avenue. We moved the dumpster area. It was near the parking area on, near the single family residence. So we were able to flip it to the other side once we did the site redesign, and had enough room left that it almost aligns exactly with the dumpster pickup for Diamond Head. So those two will be actually a really convenient and quick way to do that. And all the noise of that is contained towards Diamond Head. We showed the additional building setback and then the enhanced buffer along Estero Boulevard and the view shed. And then said 90 parking spaces, and we're exceeding for the land development code. The conceptual landscape plan. So this was produced so that you would have some assurances. So what we have on there is not the specific species that will be planted in the specific locations, because again, it's conceptual. But we do have an entire list of species that are acceptable, that were coordinated with the garden club and the staff. And then we have the numbers of plants per linear square foot. So as far as shrubs, canopy trees, hedgerows, those kind of things along there. So that locks us into a range of plantings that will be guaranteed. And this is part of really the conception or the master concept plan package at the end of the day that you were seeking approval for. And here we show the islands in the middle of the parking area. Those are accurate. We go beyond the CPD boundary on this just to show the existing palms that are remaining. So we do show the retaining wall and the existing stairs that were there. And even though it's beyond the CPD line, because that dark line that goes through, that cuts through the pool that's on, near the Gulf is the CPD line. We did show the historical paver areas that went to the retaining wall on this. Those are not part of this approval. We would have to give special exception for those to rebuild those as they were. And that'll be a next step that we'll proceed to do after we make it through this process, and hopefully we do. So deviations, we'll run through those real quick. So there's a couple of.
Just run
Like my
through it real
withdrawal?
quick.
Just pointing
Just-
it out.
yeah.
So deviations, there's required, so there's a deviation for first floor commercial buildings. So this is a building that is entirely residential, so there's no storefront or retail office on this type of building. That's just a timeshare building. So this one in the downtown area is a consideration to allow that requirement, because that's not the type of build this is.
Fred, do you mind stopping for 1 second? I've had several people ask me what a deviation is.
Oh.
And because we have variances, deviations, special exceptions, and whatever. So a deviation, just for everyone to know, a deviation is we're asking for an exception to your rule. So a deviation says, if your rule is 10 feet, we don't want 10 feet, we want 35. So that's what a deviation is, okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, a variance, different way of saying it. It's a variance within a CPD. And then there's a different criteria, but but it does have to improve the project in some way. In this case, it's just the type of build that the LDC really didn't allow for just a straight residential type building in the downtown area. So we have to deviate from that with no commercial storefronts on the ground floor. So the next one is DB2 is to screen the parking areas. So this one, we're deviating from this a lot less than we were. So we heard what you said about one, where there is open air underneath to be able to see through. The redesign of this, there wasn't a whole lot of area to see through underneath. But where you could see through, we are proposing at least a 5-foot hedge to hide the cars, the bumpers, and you may see some tops of the SUVs or something over it, but for the most part, you won't see that. But in all the other areas, we're proposing like living walls and other green areas to fully screen the underneath of that. So from Estera Boulevard, you would pretty much just see hedges, and there's a little area underneath the 3-story area where you can see through a little bit. The rest of it will have living walls and hedges and other things where you won't see any of the parking areas at all. So this deviation was really to give a little bit of flexibility in that area. Deviations 3 or 4 are the ones that are, deviation 3 is for the height. So that's the big one that, everybody we want to talk about. Staff characterized that correctly. We'll be at 98 feet over design flood, which is 20.3 inches at this site. And then the new deviation would be exceed the build to lines of 5 to 10 feet. So now we're proposing setback of 10 feet on Palm, 23 feet on Estera Boulevard, and then 50 feet on Miramar. We actually are obviously set a lot farther away than 50 feet. So but that was, we thought, just a good number to lock us into. We can't design anything over in that area because it would, so I think that locks us into having the building on that side. And the last deviation was, there's been talk that may amend the LDC to not include ground level parking as part of the floor area ratio. So we thought, well, if that's true, then let's ask for that deviation. But honestly, all it did was make the numbers look better, because when we went back to the drawing board, we could meet the FAR of the future land use category now in the zoning district at 1.4. So there wasn't any need for that deviation after all. If the LDC gets changed, then the floor area ratio is calculated as less at the time of development order, but it doesn't really matter for our design. We're going to meet we're going to meet that code at 1.4. All right. Height, because that's really the decision here. We explored several different iterations of this, as low as we could and sprawling it out over the entire property. We still had to be more than the 3 stories in order to rebuild these to a modern design, with the ADA and having a little bit larger units. So if we sprawled it out, we would have still been probably 4 to 5 stories for most of the buildings in a really inefficient design, and you would see nothing but building along Estero Boulevard. There was a design we went that was about 6 stories, maybe 7, that was 2 separate buildings with the amenity center in the middle. So it did provide some view corridor, a lot less than we have now, but it was still going to be taller. And there were some other factors that we looked at. And at the end of the day, we thought, if we push everything towards Diamond Head, have a little bit of height there in the back, now reducing it on Estero Boulevard, that this may provide what we think is the biggest benefit, which is just a little more room to view, or a little more view on Estero Boulevard. But there are a few other some homes and things, but we're providing official buffers on Palm, Miramar, and Estero Boulevard, and some of it enhanced and locked in with the conceptual landscape plan. Additional view shed that we've mentioned. Quality design. So we pushed us to really up this level of design where this is going to be one of those 50 to 100-year buildings that is going to be stand the test of time. And that was really the goal here. It obviously upped the possible price of this and the amount of contribution that's going to be needed from the timeshare holders. But we think they'll be excited about this type of design and this type of quality versus one that we were trying to be, just more efficient on as far as overall budget. Sustainability is obvious. Everybody has to meet new sustainability requirements and FEMA build requirements in the building code. But in the past, there were 10 units that were over the CCCL line, so the coastal construction setback line. Obviously, that was part of the reason that it was going to be taller no matter what we did in order to get these units back. We had to push those 10 units back into the main site. And then safety. So I think the safety part of that is just the curb cuts on Estero Boulevard and slowing down that traffic additionally. So better traffic circulation. So some things to consider. So these are just some of my thoughts. These aren't your Reagan Development Code. This is just my thoughts on things to consider that as we're working with RAL, we're working with Mike Shealy and the team, the struggles that we had and some of the decision making that we did. So the history of this was 1978. This started. RAL started managing in 2004. There's 3,800, little over 3,800 timeshare owners of this piece of property. The estimated new build that we proposed was about $34 million. Well, in order to fund this, the banks, we have to have a certain level of commitment out of the former timeshare owners. So if we don't make something that they're going to be excited about, because they have to reinvest now. Whereas in 1978, some of these people maybe bought this for $1,000 and they're paying maintenance fees, maybe less. And this could be multiple generations of people visiting the beach, some of which probably transfer into, they love the beach and become residents and owners over time. So this becomes the timeshares become a fabric of Fort Myers Beach and of the residents. So
Fred,
yeah.
We're still getting comments. It's difficult to hear you.
I just got to be right up there. Okay.
There you go.
So we're thinking through that, and because if people are going to get assessed thousands of dollars for this new building, which everybody wants back, because what a piece of property it is right there on the beach and what a location. they have to be excited about this, or they're just going to take the buyback option that is happening. And if you fall below a certain percentage, we're not going to be able to be funded with the construction loan for the timeshare. Then one of the only options is going to be, well, we sell and then distribute the money to the timeshare owners, and another developer will come in, buy that piece of property for who knows how much, and build what they want to build, ask for additional density, I would guess, and build something with Diamond Head next to it that would push the limits of the height, push the limits of the site plan with the additional density, push the limits of the parking, and not be just the 75 units trying to get those timeshare people back on the beach. So that's what we're really trying to fight through. And out of efficiency of design and the quality of design, pushing everything away from Miramar, the sacrifice is the height. The rest of it is, I think, an outstanding product, at least in our opinion. And so we tried as well as we could to meet this need to get those people back on the beach. At the 3,800 owners, these timeshares, that's 3 people on average per unit per stay that are coming in week after week. And really the economic impacts of some of these timeshares is phenomenal, because share down here, I show up with nothing, go to Publix, buy all my food, go to the restaurants and eat out and hang out here for a week. I mean, we want these people back in here. So that's how we were trying to think through these things as we went. So then at the end of the day, then staff is recommending approval with conditions. We are in agreement with staff and the analysis in their staff plan. They find that we're consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the policies there are listed. And obviously the one that we're requesting the deviation from is for the height.
Understanding in the record. It's the number of units, that's just like it was before. So any traffic, other than the changes to the entrances, there's no additional traffic impacts and so forth. And then the variance you're requesting for setbacks is actually to increase the setbacks, right?
Correct. Yeah, the
So
downtown has
so
built
that
2
you can have a
lines
better
in.
landscape buffer along the Estero,
Correct.
which is a kind of beautification. So, like Jim said, I think this is a vast improvement over what we first looked at. I guess and you mentioned it, because this is going to come up over and over again, is, how we address
Hold on,
height.
Doug. Jacob, the vice mayor is sending a message saying that there's no sound at all. Were you coming in for the same reason? And now he's saying it's back.
All right,
Okay.
Oh, good.
I'll get back in.
Nobody was talking. How does he know?
Yeah, that's right. How did you know that, Jim, if no one was talking?
All right.
Jacob, do you think we're good to continue? Yes. Okay.
Um,
Perfect.
So I'll continue. So I really, what we're seeing here looks really good. And you did listen to comments we made at the last meeting. I guess the elephant in the room is we're going to be seeing a lot about more height, more stories. And this is not, maybe I don't know, what's the tallest building on the island right now? Does anybody know? 13 stories or something?
Right. On the, I think on the
Ocean
south
Ave.
end, 15 stories over
Yeah,
parking.
I think that's,
Our water side.
So, and you're not asking for that height, but I guess this is more of a general comment. I think we really need to think about how we're going to address height requests, because there's a lot of negative public, we're getting a lot of emails and letters. And the biggest issue seems to be height. Like the town was founded because we didn't want a bunch of tall buildings. Now, I understand what you're saying, that, maybe let's not shoot ourselves in the foot, because really, if we allow some taller buildings that are intelligently done and architecturally done, it's actually kind of, in my opinion, might be better than just sprawled out over the site, meeting all the requirements. By compacting them, you've got a lot more green space, open space, which is a good thing. And it's sort of a trend, I think, in urban design. But we're getting a lot of pushback on approving taller buildings. And I don't know if, like council, or if we need to rethink how we reconcile that. Because I like your project, but I'm hesitant to vote for it just simply because we really haven't figured out how we're handling these. It's a pretty extreme. I mean, you're talking about twice the height or more really, which on the sound of it is pretty extreme request. Everything else looks great. And that looks great too, and looking at it that way, but I'm hesitant to
Doug,
approve
Jim
something.
has a comment on what you're going to
Yeah,
say.
go ahead, Jim.
Well, it's just a perspective, and every decision we make, rule we put in place, policy we approve, it has a consequence. And there's several of them converging here in my mind. You've got view corridor priorities, which means less buildable space without height. We have a new partner in the mix, FEMA. You can't do, you must do, you won't do, we won't approve. That changes it. And then we're trying to put an aesthetic component on top of the design of these buildings that gives them the view that you're looking at something gradual versus something stark. Well, therefore, the last two units by which we build on have got to exceed what all 4 or 5 or 6 of them would have been had they not been stair-stepped. So this is just a consequence in my mind of the inevitability of the things that we said we value. And the developers, the architects are reacting, I think, in good conscience to what we said we value the most, and they have to adjust their footprints and floor plans accordingly. So while it doesn't solve the question about height, we could remove other components and this height would come back down. I think we've rolled pretty far into this conversation about what we prioritize here and what we value, and here's the consequence of that. So I'm not as bothered by that because I believe it's a direct outcome of what we've already said we want you looking at, and we have to just adjust our thinking to take consideration those other points.
I have one last comment. That's good. Thanks, Jim. And this has come up before, because it's a very nice looking building. It's going to be expensive to build. And there is a little concern that we approve variances and everything, but what actually gets built is not the same thing as we're looking at pictures. So I just want to be clear that if we approve this, it's on the condition that what's built actually substantially looks like what you're showing us, not something different.
Yeah, and we did come knowing that that's been a recent discussion, that is something that's the LPA recommendation. If they are positive, then that is part of it. And that,
Jane?
Well, my my comments are basically that we have to look at each project separately. So by voting for one doesn't mean that everybody else is going to get approved based on this one getting approved. The key thing here is that there is actually 75 units. They're not asking for 150. They're not asking for 76. They're asking for 75. And their units, if they were 750 feet, by adding 125 square feet for bathrooms, hallways, for handicap accessibility, and all of that is pretty de minimis as far as, you know, they're not asking for another room. You know, so they're not making 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms. They're just making hallways and living space to get around that way.
Jane, can we get a clarification on that? Because as I was just trying to get some background information, the Estero Island Beach Club website states that there are 400 and 475 square foot rooms, and there is 1 2-bedroom unit in that plan. So there's a discrepancy between what the website said of an average of 475 square feet and what you're telling us of 730 and 875.
Stuck.
Wait, you can't speak from there, so you could come to the microphone and say your name for the record.
You get close to it.
Yeah,
Get close to the microphone.
I'm John Shaw with REL Property Management.
And John, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Thank you.
I do believe the discrepancy would be the balconies, square footage, and
I can't hear
hallways
him.
that were not included in the other. There was only the living room. Yeah, and again, we have an added bathroom, an additional bathroom, handicap bathroom. So there's just, that's, as far as I understand, that's the calculation differences. Okay? The ADA requirements and again, but there was, the others had no calculations for the balconies, which are included as that, if that's correct, in the new calculations, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jane, sorry.
So I feel that that's reasonable. But the question, so then I started looking for the height of the floors, and it's 10 feet. I'm sure the other ones were 8 feet.
Mhm.
And, you know, today's standards, 10 feet is pretty much the standard, would you say?
Yeah, 9 to 10. Yeah, somewhere in between.
So the only place that there's area to bring it down would be to bring it down 9 feet. Is that, you know, worth it? I don't know. It would, you know, it could bring it down a few feet,
10 feet.
10 feet.
Mhm.
So that's an option. Other than that, they are staying within the FAR, which is what we also are looking for, and we are required to go up, and they are stair stepping it so it won't be such a mass on Estero Boulevard, which I think is very important. I do hear the neighbors saying, you know, all the traffic on Miramar, but it's either that or we'd have to have staging or to get into the building off of Estero. So this allows the staging to be, you know, not that everybody can come at the same time.
Any other questions for Fred? Frank? Oh, that would be bad for me to give you another name.
No, I just wanted to confirm that those were the basic standards.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Jim?
I'll defer my comments until after I hear the public.
Thank you. John?
I just have a question as to the 50-foot to Miramar.
Mhm.
Why are you not stating what the actual is?
We could, well, I would like a little bit of flexibility in design, but I mean, we could say more than 50, and I could probably give you that number.
Yeah, just interested what.
I know we can do 75. I'm not sure if we can get, I'm not sure about I don't think 100 feet, but we could go
Yeah,
more.
it's just to the point, I think that
Yeah.
was made that we all have signaled that we'd like to see what is built is what is represented, right? And that's, I think, just a consistency that we have.
Yeah.
Other than that, I would echo, I think, a lot of the comments, which is that you have listened to the concerns that we had around massing. I understand that there's a trade-off between height and view corridors and quite frankly, you know, there's no increase in density here and a minimal increase in the floor space. So I think that, in my opinion, this has been really responsive to a lot of the concerns that we had.
Don, do you have any questions?
No questions. Echo what was said. I really appreciate it's clear that, somebody took notes and listened to, the feedback. And, I just want to mention, I did the same as you, Anita. I looked at the website and, what the old buildings were and, kind of, could you see the beach before and those kind of things. But I think they've addressed all of that. And again, echo what every one of the folks have said here. And I think, I agree with every one of them.
Thank you, Don. Fred,
Mhm.
so you're a planner, and I'd like you to talk for a second about density and intensity. So clearly, this is a far greater, the intensity of this project is greater by the nature of the size of the rooms, the height. So, I tie density and intensity together. I know they're different. And I know it's nice to say it's only 75 units and we're asking for 75 units. And we'll hear this more as cases come before us. But the intensity of this project is different. So could you just talk about that for a moment?
Yeah, so some of the felt intensity is going to be that we have less land to build on than was previously, because those units were over the line that they should have been over. So bringing those back would create, just less buildable area. So those new units were going to be, put in that same area, so it would feel more intense in that way. The intensity overall of this, I guess we could argue either way in some ways. So I felt that the intensity of the other one was, of the former build was similar, but it was just lower. But on the site, the intensity of the actual build was pretty significant. There were just some drive aisles and some parking areas. There was parking out on, directly out on the Palm Avenue. That intensity with no buffers or anything, to me, we tried to minimize some of that new intensity by providing those larger green spaces and this traffic circulation and the safety concerns and other things, because it was wall-to-wall pavement for the most part for those prior. So lowering that. So we tried to fight against the intensity of the building is more intense. Obviously, it's bigger. It's I think it's better, but it does have intensity. So we try to balance that with other things like the open view to the Gulf, which we're all getting more and more used to. Buildings to look through, so for the time being. So that with the buffers, the better traffic circulation, all the other things that really would have made it feel that dizziness from wall to wall. We tried to fight against that intensity of the building itself to provide, in those.
Okay. So I echo John's concern about a nebulous distance on Miramar. I think that needs to be a firm number. You're making a presentation. I'm also concerned about the conceptual nature of your landscaping plan when it shouldn't be conceptual. It should be a plan because it doesn't give any assurance to the public. And that's our job, to protect the public interest. So you think about that while we listen to some public comment, and then I'll share some other concerns with me. Any other questions for Fred before we go to public comment? Okay, thank you very much, Fred. If anybody would, Jason, were you going to say something before we go on? No, okay. So if you would, please state your name for the record when you come up. And the limit is 3 minutes to speak. So who would like to speak on this case? Come on up. I'm sorry, I would have called you by your name, but I don't know your name.
I'm Nancy Walker.
Hi, Nancy.
I'm not an engineer or an architect. I'm just a concerned resident of this beach that boats. This project and many of the projects you'll be voting on in the future weeks and months will effectively determine the future of our town. For our little island, this is as important as the past efforts to block the development of the Estero Bay area and make our Estero Bay preserve. The developer plans back then were beautiful. They promised tax ratables. They promised improved economy, jobs, and restaurants, all the same things. But the voters of Lee County stopped that development. And we're going back 20, 30 years. You, the council, have the same chance to keep our paradise a paradise. Imagine a town of rebuilt homes and condominiums that conform to the community development plan for height, with obvious exceptions for FUD, right? For FEMA. We know that. Imagine how beautiful our town will be without giant multi-story complexes looming down over Estero and the beach. Imagine what a unique barrier island we can make. Many times I hear in planning, well, what did Sanibel do? Well, look at Sanibel. Go stand on the beach and look at Sanibel. You can see it from here. What do you see? Do you see multi-story condominiums and hotels? Now go to Sanibel and look at our beach, because I've done that. Stand by the lighthouse and look at Fort Myers Beach. What do you see? You see large, large buildings. And that's why we became a town, for the height ordinance. We don't need any more of these. Please protect Fort Myers Beach from this overdevelopment. The Estero Island Beach Club, I feel bad for the people, just like we all have lost something. They want to rebuild. They should be able to rebuild, but there should be a way they can do it within the height ordinance. They had almost the same number. They're not increasing density or FAR or whatever we call it. But they don't need to go 10 stories. We kept Margaritaville from going up that high, or as high as he wanted to go. That was a long battle. This is the first of many, many battles. Don't be swayed by promises of restaurants, crossovers, tax income, increased beach access. These items are small tidbits used to catch a big fish, like bait. Don't get hooked by that shiny lure. There are concerned residents and voters, and we're beginning to organize, and we're watching you now. You have a chance to make a real true gem on Fort Myers Beach if we keep the height within our CPD plan, or whatever it's called, the comprehensive plan. Please stick to the plan and don't let us down. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. Sir, were you sworn in?
I was not,
Okay,
but I have no
Well-
problem in that.
the lovely Amy will swear you in now.
Yep, as soon as I find my script.
Amy, you don't know that by heart
I
now?
do, but as soon as I
Is there
try that,
anybody
I
else that
will
needs to be
remember.
sworn in?
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, party's been sworn.
Hold on one second. I think Jacob's gonna
Oh.
make a switch with the microphone.
There you go.
Hello?
Okay. I don't know.
We'll see.
Okay. Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Gordon Stakowski, and we own the property directly across the street from the barbecue. Unfortunately, we all know that it's non-existing. But when we purchased this property, we actually did some analysis of our own 5 years ago. We had direct Gulf views if we decided to, knock the building down and build, which was a huge investment back then before the storm for us. So now what they are proposing is just ridiculous. It'll take away completely all of our views. The way the building was prior, with the left and the right parking lot down the middle, we would have no objection with that. But to build the building dead center in the middle, there's no way that we could allow that. Like, we would have to fight this every which way possible. I hate to use, the terminology of legally, but if that's what has to be done to stop this, we have no problem doing that. Now, in the meantime, we've hired the neighborhood, which is a local organization, kind of working with the city and with everybody to see about what we could do to rebuild. We've been offered a lot of money from the developers that want to come in and buy. We own the property behind us on Ohio Avenue, the first residential house, which is also gone. But we know we've been approached. We don't want to do that. We're we love this town. We are locals, we live here, and the last thing we want to do is sell to a developer and have someone come in and build a 10-story building where our property is, because that's what will happen. Somebody will buy the property next to us, combine it all, and now you're gonna have an acre across the street from here, and they're gonna wanna build a 10-story building also. I personally think what was there was wonderful. You know, it's a shame that they lost, like the lady said before us, we've all lost a tremendous amount of money, tremendous amount of heartache. You know, we put a lot into our property and now it's gone. So we're looking to rebuild, but we're looking to rebuild the height restrictions that are there. PDS architecture that we've retained, and we've already spent like $20,000 on architectural fees, and we have pretty much just a rendering, but everything is under the 40-foot height. When we approached the architects and the neighborhood organization, the whole thing was to stay conforming, to stay into the very, not to you know, push the envelope of heights or anything like that. Just let us build back what's legal right now and move forward. So as far as we're concerned, we'll do everything in our power to try to stop this, because it'll just decimate the value of our property. So we have a property that had Gulf views, and now we're gonna have a 10-story building directly in front of us. What can we possibly build there to recoup our values? There's nothing, except for to invest more money, buy more property, and do the same thing they are. And that's not what we want to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Gordon.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this? Mike? Good morning.
My name's Mike Dagnay.
Mike, will you pull that down? There you go.
That help?
That does.
Okay, I have one suggestion. Instead of going up, why can't they go sideways? You know, if you did 3 stories sideways over the property and you had the ground floor as parking, you have the whole property as parking and go sideways instead of going up. Now, Red Coconut wants to put a 17-story building up. This is gonna set precedents on all of this stuff. But why can't they do that? Why do you need one tall 17-story building or 7-story building as opposed to going 3 stories sideways? Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Magdalena Hager with RAL, and I am the broker for Estero Island Beach Club. We have listened to the planning agency's requests, and we had the option to stay lower floors, but we took into consideration the corridor view, the open view that was asked of us, and we took into consideration the setbacks. We also have the FEMA setbacks that we had to meet those requirements as well. There are generations at this property, and it is a beachfront property. The properties located across the street are not beachfront properties. They are across the street from the beach. And as much as we want to say everyone can keep exactly what they had, you're not able to do that anymore. It's unfortunate. A hurricane came in and wiped us out. I was there. I stood and watched everything wash away underneath me. We were standing at 17 feet and the water was right underneath us. So I saw it, and it's sad, but we also have to meet the requirements that are set in front of us. This is not our first time in front of you, and we have consistently tried to meet what you've been looking for. At first, it was, we just were coming in for a height variance. We came in, we had a property that was designed, and then we came back with additional views and trying to meet those requirements from the last time, spending a lot of money on this project. And we're just asking that, you know, we are able to move forward. We're able to give these 75 owners well, 3,895 unit week owners the ability to come back to this island where they love. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Magdalena. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Yes, David.
Yeah, my name is David Lay with 1920 Bayview Drive, which is right across the street, right next to where Leaky Tiki used to be. I first have a housekeeping issue with the way this whole project was brought before you all. What should have been done was to have a community meeting first with the owners and developers of the property to go over all these issues. So it's really taken a lot of everybody's time, which could have been addressed at a community meeting, like we're seeing at the London Bay project, some of the others. There's significant opposition to some of these issues about height. We have to address it. I'll just go right to the issue. View corridor sounds to me, what I'm hearing is I really feel bad for the developer, is that they came up with a by right plan they could develop at a low level. Then they were apparently steered by the town to somehow go with view corridor and height. Where did that come from? I mean, our town development code says 3 stories above parking. That's what it says. So everything is, to me, as a de minimis should be, if you can't meet that, you know, you really have to have an extreme benefit. And this view corridor, actually, it's an arbitrary location. Why is it located on Miramar? Why isn't the view corridor expanded on the Palm Avenue side, which is my side, which is his side? It makes no sense. It's arbitrary. And there was no input from the citizens to give any input at all whatsoever to make that happen. Height, basically, this is a de facto precedent. If you allow this to happen, you're basically approving height for the rest of the island. Essentially, what you have is you already have a precedent. It's called Margaritaville. That's 3 stories above parking. That's the way, in my mind, everything from Diamond Head North, any new project that's in that area should be to that. That's the way it should be. What I suggested, I think I copied you all in on an email I sent to Amy, and you should have it distributed, is we should have a revision, a review of what the public benefits are, what the value of view corridors really is, because essentially what you're saying is a 10-story building is equal to a little bit of a view of a parking lot at one end on Miramar Street. I think that's wrong. So appreciate your input. I'm looking forward to see a citizens community, but this whole process is backwards. We're having all these citizens oppositions at an LPA meeting when we should have had them way back. Oh.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing portion of this. Is there any follow-up from the applicant that you'd like to make?
So, Madam Chair, I'd also like to ask the applicant, have you had a copy? Have you been given these emails that have been discussed? Have you been able to see them? And were you provided a copy of the agenda packet prior to the meeting for review?
We were provided a copy of the agenda packet, but we have not seen these.
Would you like to review them now, Amy?
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, review.
I would just like to make a really quick comment, and if the town attorney disagrees with me, please let me know. But case law, when it comes to deviations and variances, is really clear that, this is a really site-specific request.
Yes, it's not precedent setting, but
Yeah.
that is the
Okay.
public's
course.
impression is
Of
always, if you
course.
do this for them, you've got to do it for everyone.
Of course.
And politically, and I mean, you understand the general
I
feeling
do.
is that of course they're going to,
Yeah.
but it is not precedent setting.
Yes, and I
Yes.
certainly don't envy you know, the predicament that it puts you in both now and later on. But I just wanted to clarify that, and I appreciate your understanding. I'll review
Absolutely.
these quickly.
Let's take a few minute break and let the applicant review the emails if they have any comments on that. And just to advise the LPA not to speak to anybody, or we have to disclose further ex partes. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're back live, and Ms. Pivo, will you come back up and did you have any further comments?
I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mike Sheely, who is our architect with MK Architecture, and he's going to discuss some of the height and massing issues that have been discussed here
Thank you
today.
very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Shealy?
Good morning.
Good morning. Were you sworn in, sir?
I was, yes, but I've not been previously listed
Qualified as an expert.
Yeah, that's what I'd be-
So could you tell us what your expertise is and your
Sure.
qualifications?
Sure, I'm a registered architect in Florida. I have been since 1984. I'm a former resident of Fort Myers Beach. I lived here from about 69 to about 75.
Back in the
My
good old
parents had
days.
cottages down at 5370, so I'm very familiar with this. But I've had my own firm for the last 30 years or so.
Thank you, Mr. Shealy. Could I have a motion to accept Mr. Shealy
I'll
as
make a motion to accept Mr. Shealy as an expert witness.
Thank you.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any objection to that motion? You're officially an expert.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a couple of items I wanted to mention with this design. We've talked about the building height and that the floor to floor, right, excuse me, right now that we designed is 10-foot floor to floor, which yields a 9'6" unit ceiling height. Previously, they were an 8-foot ceiling height. We could lower the building slightly, say to give them a 9-foot ceiling height, which would lower the building 5 or 6 feet. Whether that really makes any difference visually in terms of the building, I don't think so. But we could do it if it would be your preference. Secondly, I wanted to mention that while we have a 10-story portion of this building, we have designed this to put it close to Diamond Head. Because if you look at Diamond Head now, it's a 12, 13-story block that sits there and blocks everything to the water, right? So we chose to put this thin building, which is, and it's very thin 10-story building, because it's only one unit deep, and shoved it over as far as we could towards Diamond Head so that the mass can stay over there and the rest of the site can be open. So while it's 10 stories over there, and in front we only have 4 stories over parking, 3 and 4, probably 75% of the site is open above that 4th floor. So it's not like we're building a wall that's blocking, along Estero Boulevard, because this building runs perpendicular, down Palm, but it's a slight, so it's, in my opinion, the best way to handle that height. And we needed the height, of course, to achieve the density, to be able to provide basically half the site as an open viewport. And that's all I wanted to mention, unless you want me to mention the distance. Yeah, we relooked at the site plan, and instead of that 50 feet from Miramar, we can easily achieve 90 feet. So if you want to make that part of the packet, then that's fine. And unless you have any other questions on the units or anything, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Hold on. Does anybody have a question for Mr. Shealy? Doug?
I do, and I know we're not supposed to be designing your project for you,
Sure.
and I get that, but based on what you just said, it occurs to me that it might not be more acceptable to the public that the long, thin building next to Diamond Head is a story taller, and the building that fronts Estero is a story shorter.
That's a possibility.
It just might be more acceptable to the public.
Any other questions for Mr. Shealy? Thank you so much,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
We appreciate you being here.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm not certain that the record contains the staff recommendation for this particular item.
Staff recommendation is for approval with conditions.
Yes, and perhaps staff can state what the conditions are.
Okay,
If
we'll
you don't
have them
mind.
do that. Could I just finish first with the applicant to see if there's any other
Yes.
questions of the applicant from the LPA or any follow-up on your part, Fred?
Yep, a little bit of follow-up. So on the conceptual landscape plan, I'm not sure to the extent that would satisfy the comment that was made about this. So what we tried to do was show
I don't know why that made me laugh.
was show a plan. What we have listed on there is the potential species that we coordinated with staff in the garden club. And then we called out along the perimeters, how many trees per 100 linear, how many shrubs, how many ground cover in numbers. The only thing we didn't do, because we just don't know what we don't know yet, based on the project, is really design this to the development order level that would show exactly every single species in every location. Because some of it, we just don't know where the footers of the buildings are and what kind of infrastructure in different places, and we don't. And we're coordinating with, power and other utilities and things that we just don't know exactly.
It's not you.
We just don't know exactly what will survive in some of those places. So that's the battle that we were going. We were trying to lock ourselves into. We are going to landscape this pretty well based on here's our numbers that we need to put on there. Here's our number of plants, and we're calling out taller trees, shorter trees, understory, and that kind of stuff. So to lock us in farther than that, I don't know. We're going to get development order, and I don't know if we're going to be able to adhere to some of those just based on the final build. But we're willing to do whatever we can without making trouble when they get to the development order stage. So,
Okay, thank you, Fred.
all right.
Anything else for the applicant from anyone? Any other follow-up?
No, I think, yeah, Amy has a few little summary.
Okay.
I think. Yep.
So just to summarize, as we're all aware, this request is simply a request to be able to build back the 75 units that existed prior. And some of the changes that we need to address from a regulatory perspective are the current FEMA flood maps, the CCCL, the updated Florida Building Code, updated Land Development Code, and Comprehensive Plan, and the current current ADA requirements. All of these current regulations are vastly different than what were in place when this original development was constructed in the 70s. So we are just trying to work within those requirements to provide something that not only, gives these timeshare owners back the units that existed, but that also meets the goals, that the town has set forward and the priorities that y'all have stated, like the view corridor and those issues. I did have a chance to read through those emails. Again, most of the concerns dealt with height. I will note, I saw some comments about concurrency. How is this going to affect traffic and utilities? Again, we're not increasing density, so therefore the concurrency analysis doesn't change. There should be no additional traffic impacts. There should be no additional utilization of other public facilities to do what we are trying to do here. I also wanted to quickly address a comment that somebody had about stormwater management. Because we are building back, we do need to go and completely re-permit this site with South Florida Water Management District. That means that we are going to have to provide a stormwater management system that meets the 2024 regulations, not the 1978 regulations. So, we can certainly assure that the stormwater management facilities that you will be seeing are far superior to what existed prior. With that, are there any questions for me?
Any questions for Ms. Devo? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Jason?
Jason Smalley, Planning and Zoning Department. So just to reiterate, staff had recommended a approval with conditions. Staff just wanted to lay out the conditions that were included in the initial staff report and then go over what we've heard so far from you during this LPA meeting. So initially there were two conditions of approval. One was a boilerplate reminding the applicant that they have to come back for new permitting should another storm or natural disaster occur and they need to re-permit, just boilerplate information. One additional comment that we had made during the review process is we were asking the developer to make sure that they have signs on the ingress egress on Palm Avenue, just to ensure that it's notifying the people in cars, the motorists coming from their site,
that there will be pedestrians and people on bike on the beach access, and to take extreme care as they turn left out of the building onto Palm to then access Estero. During this meeting, we have also heard what I believe is 2 additional conditions of approval that have been brought up. One was to specify that the architectural package will be substantially similar to the to what actually appears on the ground. So we've heard that from LPA today. Also, in reference to landscape buffers, it may be beneficial to go ahead and just define or have them define what their buffer is going to be. So for instance, something like a type B buffer, exclusively planted with Florida-friendly species. So that would give them little guardrails about what species would be correct for that, be sustainable in there. And then it would also define what the actual buffers would be, as opposed to just how they've designed it with additional buffer space. So that may be an option to put into the conditions of approval. Staff is here for questions or concerns on what I've just went over here, or anything else that's been brought up during this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Dawn, do you have any questions, follow-up for the staff? Dawn, we
muted.
can't hear you. You're muted.
There you go.
We can't hear you at all.
Sign language.
Dawn, we're going to come back to you if you hear me. John, any questions for Jason?
No, I'm good right now.
Jim, questions for Jason?
No.
Jane?
No, none at this time.
Doug, any questions further for Jason?
Just one comment, and I wasn't sure I followed it. There was a mention of that from the architect, they could do 90 feet on Miramar. Is that like a buffer
yeah.
or what?
We
What
need
was
to add that to the,
The 90 feet. What did that refer to exactly?
It referred to the setback from Miramar.
Oh, the setback from Miramar.
to change
We might
that.
want to make that a condition.
Yeah.
The architect confirmed that they could do that.
Jim, any questions for Jason?
Just one quick one, Jason.
Yes,
You
sir.
talked about the egress onto Palm. From what I read in the specs, aren't there also traffic arms that are required to go through other than just a stop sign? Did I read that they were going to have some sort of barrier? So it caused a pause before you went out?
So they can choose to put a barrier up there. That would require a setback off of Palm, but they are not required to put a barrier. The signage itself would just be to notify people coming off of their property to watch out for pedestrians
All
and
right, thank you.
bikers.
Jason?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask this question a lot of staff because I keep getting asked the question, which is, what impacts do you think this new development will have relative to FEMA's impression of the build back of our community? Will it have a positive or negative impact?
So we're speaking exclusively from flood resistance here.
Sure.
Okay. So absolutely, the buildings themselves, the original design, as we could see from the storm, lower levels were inundated. The new design, as a rule of thumb, is somewhere between 19 and a half and 20 feet before you get to the top beam. And so my impression as a non-expert here would be, as far as flood engineering, is that this will provide an extra amount of protection. And if we do experience a surge event like we saw this time with 15 plus surge, these new buildings are going to be largely above it, and what is going to be impacted by waves is going to be much less than what we saw pre-storm. So in my opinion, these are more sustainable, more hardened buildings.
And so do you think that that benefits us relative to FEMA?
Absolutely. I think the ability to go through a similar event and come out with buildings still intact and people's lives not utterly destroyed, I think that's a net benefit to the community.
Go ahead.
So basically, this is something I think that the community doesn't understand is that.
Don, we're getting some feedback.
Yes.
Looks like it's coming from you.
You have a fan on or something?
Can you guys hear me?
We can
can.
hear you fine.
There's
But
also some noise.
We also hear some rattling noise.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, it is weird. Okay, go
my
ahead,
question
Jane.
is, by right is the question I want to kind of discuss. The property had 75 units, and by right, they can build back 75 units.
Using the post-disaster build back, they would be allowed to vest that 75 units, correct?
Okay, so, for instance, the property is this big, okay? So, people are saying, we want them to build this size and get all the 75 units in here. But that may mean that they have to reduce the size even less than what they had previous and make it smaller to get them in that 4 over parking or whatever. Or they can go this way and give view corridor and setbacks and wind and sun and things like that to the rest of the neighborhood because they are on the scale so that when you drive down the scale, you will get a view corridor. So it's either, if this is the size of the property, they're gonna have setbacks on either side, and you can either take up the whole property side to side to get your space, or by changing it to this direction, and not even the whole property to this direction, it does give a different perspective, and either one is correct.
Yeah, I don't know if I can assess the validity of two different designs, but staff did go into the project with the understanding that if the applicant was not able to put their building stretched across the entire property, that they would be obligated to give a view corridor. In my opinion, through the iterations of this plan, we've held true to what the code is telling us, which is if you are not gonna make a low building that stretches across the entire property, you need to give the view shed. So they have gone and provided 170 feet, which is approximately the amount of space that they had for their main building, not taking into account the previous building that would have taken up a large chunk of what is now view shed. So in our opinion, pushing everything off to one side, especially to the side where the large building already is, Diamond Head, opens up the space, it opens up the view, but also brings some of the impact away from the individual single-family homeowners that are going to be on the other side of Miramar. It opens that up and brings a little bit more light, a little bit more air, and less, in my opinion, claustrophobia from stretching that building across the entire site, which would have been only one choice for design. Remember this, the design here with the open space was already accounted for in the code. This wasn't something that was just thought up of during meetings. This was one of two options that they could have taken. So they've decided to take the open space and then clustering the bulk of the building to one side. It's a viable option and it's in the code.
And what is your opinion of the difference of 125 feet per unit with handicap accessibility and for the bathroom and hallways? Do you find that to be de minimis?
So I think the additional ADA space, I can't really speak to it professionally because I don't deal with ADA, but I think everybody recognizes that a building that was built in the late 70s just doesn't have the same amenities. Our understanding of the use and the needs of people that might have life limitations, they've only expanded since the 70s. So I think the increase in the space, if we're attributing that to wider hallways, wider doorways, larger turnaround area in a bathroom, I think that's a viable trade-off, and it's relatively de minimis to the larger size of the building.
Any other questions for Jason? Jason, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Jim, I think I'm pretty clear where you stand.
Did Don have any comments?
Don, whatever you did, you got rid of the buzzing sound. Go ahead.
But you're gone.
Yeah, I turned the camera off thinking maybe it's the bandwidth. I'm not sure. But
Uh,
anyway, no, I think my questions got answered. So
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or discussion? You gonna say something?
I'd be happy to.
I'm waiting for it.
Okay,
Jim, pull your mic towards you a little bit. Perfect, thank you.
okay.
Yep.
First, I'll start with some comments and then I guess my opinions. First, each of these projects that come before us are independently looked at. They don't necessarily set any precedent for any future development on any other site. We hear that stick to the code. Well, the CPD process is part of the code. So the fact that the applicant on any project has made a request, that is according to code. The comments about follow the process, we're following a statutory process. We are step by step following what we have to do. The fact that, you know, other applicants may want to have a neighborhood meeting, that's great and it's beneficial, but it's not a requirement statutorily. Estero Boulevard, the height on this proposed building, the 3-story, is no higher than Margaritaville. The height primarily is along Palm Avenue. This project was always going to be higher than what was there before. First, FEMA has got a requirement that we raise the projects. All of the projects will have to be raised. Additionally, the 10 units that were beyond the CCL line that they have a right to build was going to force the project to go up. I do think that the landscape plan needs to be nailed down, and if staff is satisfied that with the parameters that Jason mentioned, it is sufficient to do that, that's fine. But in the trade-off for the height, there are a number of benefits that I see to the public. First, we're eliminating 2 curb cuts on Estero. Traffic is a problem, and the more curb cuts we can eliminate, we're going to eliminate congestion of people trying to get in and out. There's also 1 curb cut being eliminated on Miramar. So I think we're helping the overall traffic. I think from the first plan, we see greater setbacks. The landscape plan, if we can nail it down, is, I think, very good. My background originally is as a landscape architect, and I liked what I saw here. And the view corridors is something that I think town council has said is a priority to them. So I think the applicant in this case did listen to what the LPA had to say during the first presentation and has brought back a better project for our consideration.
Could I make a
Well
comment?
said.
I'd like to comment on what you said. What if, and this might be another condition, I think the building on Estero is actually 1 story higher than the code, but it looks like it could be fixed.
I think portion of it is 3 feet, the 3 stories and portion's 4. The
Yeah.
3-story portion would be the same as Margaritaville.
Correct. So what if the condition was that the building that fronted Estero would meet the code of 40 feet above base flood, no more than 3 stories, but the long, thin building that's up against Diamond Head, we would relax the height there to give them the extra space they need, and maybe, like I said, go another story or something on that one. I think that might be more acceptable to the public. But I agree, it looks like a really well thought out project and a lot of benefits, but that height issue is a big issue.
But
with
as
folks.
Anita pointed out at the last meeting, we can only consider what's been presented by the applicant.
Correct, thank you.
But you know what's good that you're talking about that, because the applicant could present that as an option to the town council. So, you know, I think it's pretty clear to everybody that this is going to pass. But let me tell you, just a couple of comments from me. I have lost sleep over this, and it's primarily because of those generations of people who have had owners, the owners of this property, because I know so many of them. So many of them were friends of my parents. I talked at the very first meeting about these two sisters that I met that I looked diligently for on Facebook. I wish one of them would reach out to me because I can't get them out of my head. And yet I can't find a way to approve this. It's going to pass. But I just keep, so the other thing that I've had in my head, so many of you know that I was here at incorporation, and Diamond Head is the beacon of our incorporation, and a lot of it was because of height. It wasn't the only reason. And I realize that I'm just telling you what I've thought about the last few days, so you know where my thought process is. As far as a public benefit to this parcel, the public benefit, you could say, is the view on Estero Boulevard, but the public doesn't have access to that benefit, so I can't put it in the public benefit category. And I have looked at this every which way. I agree with everything my counterparts have said here. I agree with them, and I admire and respect their point of views, but I still can't support this because I can't escape the very premise of, you know, Jim said, you get, it's a trade-off. Everything's a trade-off. And he's absolutely right. So we've talked about wanting this view corridor, and we do want it, but what's the trade-off? Somebody still gets to redevelop their 75 units, and the trade-off is they've got to go somewhere, right? But I'll tell you what I would like to see happen in the future, in the very, very near future, is that the town council and the planning and zoning board have a conversation about what we're going to do about this as we go forward, because George, the owner of the Leaky Tiki, is absolutely right. Everybody's going to come in with this height deviation, everyone. And every time it comes in, we're going to hear from people of our community like Jesse Titus, who served on the local planning agency, who had some very compelling comments in social media. They're going to bring up this issue of why did we incorporate because of height? And they're also going to bring up the issue of, well, but it's bigger, it's more intense. It may still be 75 units, but it's much more intense. We'll hear that with the Seagate development. And I find myself truly perplexed about this. What Jane did, this, here's your building, or here's your building. I have been doing that for 10 years. People have seen me do it for 10 years. And I agree, this is the same building, but our community isn't ready for this, I don't think yet. Unless we can get together and talk about it and say, you know what, a major catastrophe hit us. This is going to be a better project than what existed before, obviously, because it crumbled. And now I feel like I'm rambling. I'm trying to explain to you all why my vote is going to be what it is. And it's because I don't feel like we have truly vetted this concept of going 10 stories. So I'll tell you, the last 10-story building that was built here was by London Bay in Bay Beach. And 20 some years ago, when that was debated in this community, dear Lord, was that a drama. It was a huge drama. And here we are again, faced with something at a very different moment in our history. And I just think there needs to be, these concepts need to be more fully vetted with our community and with the town council and with the local planning agency. And that's all I have to say. And now I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move approval of ordinance 24-28, consistent with the staff recommendations and adding the additional conditions that have been brought forward today, consistent with the comprehensive plan.
I second.
So the motion was made by Jim Dunlop and seconded over here by my friends John and Jim, but we can only have one of them, so we'll use John.
Give it, John.
Okay, I'll give it to John. Jim, are you also going to include in your motion the 90-foot minimum setback from Miramar? Is that included in your
Yeah, the two additional or
conditions?
three additional components we had as conditions of approval. I think Jason captured those, but they are included in my motion.
Okay, that would be the architectural representations, the 90-foot, and to better define the landscape plan.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you agree with that, John?
I do.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Don, you have anything to add on this?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Okay, So I'll call for your vote. Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
I'm gonna vote nay, not just like this, largely the same reasons Anita mentioned. The public's not ready for these higher buildings yet. I think there's some education that has to take place. And the fact is, it's a pretty big leap from our ordinance. So, I like the project. I think they really listened, and it's much improved over what we first saw, but I have to vote no.
Okay, my vote is also no, but I explained it to you. So the motion carries 5-2. Okay, thank you all very much for your time and attention on this matter. I think a bunch of people are going to leave, so we'll just wait a minute before we go on to the next hearing. Ugh. Really good comments. You know what? Oh, wait. I- Ordinance 2427, DCI 202-40155, 2545 and 2555 Estero Boulevard. This is the fire department case. An ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for the property located at 2545 and 2555 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 194624W30048.000 194624W30048.458.0010 in Fort Myers Beach to allow a fire station and a mixed-use development, including civic, residential, lodging, retail, office, and marine uses, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, Judith, thank you very much.
Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District is requesting to rezone parcel at 2545 and 2555 Estero Boulevard from a CPD to a CPD. This is necessary to allow for the fire station use, which is considered an essential service, which is not covered under the current CPD. The parcels comprise a 2.16 acre tract where the former Tops Shopping Center was located. The front parcel on Estero Boulevard is approximately 1.17 acres, and the remaining 0.99 acres is at the rear of the property and is intended to be developed later. The master concept plan is the fire station itself. Since no master concept is included for that remaining 0.99 acres, a CPD amendment and master concept plan would be required when that development was to come forward. They're bringing this now because they're eager to get their fire station built and up and running. It's important to point out the applicant is requesting 6 deviations. They're mainly related to its use as a fire station and to make the site usable by emergency vehicles, which have different turning radiuses and such. And I'll go into those in a second. It's important to note the existing CPD zoning list of uses is actually being reduced. So what could be built on that rear parcel, the list of available land uses is reduced, including important to note that the deleted uses include restaurant, bar, cocktail lounge, and on-premises consumption of alcohol. So the staff and applicant felt that by removing these uses, we're removing the potential for certain nuisances, such as noise, that would impact the single-family neighborhood bordering it to the north. And the list of uses is there in your packet. So the requested list of deviations, as I said, they mainly relate to the parking and the use and the navigation of these, oversized emergency vehicles. Deviation 1 is to deviate from the type D site perimeter right-of-way buffer standard that requires a 15-foot landscape buffer with 5 trees per 100 linear feet. As you can imagine, with emergency vehicles, they need to be able to see where they're going. Having trees on Estero Boulevard would certainly prevent line of sight for those vehicles. Deviation 2, major street access connection. This again is the fire station prefers to have their connection to be right on Estero Boulevard for the speed and ease of getting to the emergency sites as needed. The entrance to the rear parcel would be off of Tropical Shores Way. Deviation 3 has to do with the parking lot access aisle width requirements. Requires a maximum 25-foot width at the property line to allow 75-foot access aisle width at Estero Boulevard. Again, this has to do with ingress and egress of the emergency vehicles. Deviation 4, parking lot internal landscaping, again requires trees on the site, and that would prevent the line of sight for the emergency vehicles. Deviation 5 is minimum average width of parking lot landscape area. Again, that relates to the use of emergency vehicles. Deviation 6 has to do with the rear portion of the parcel, that 0.99 acres. The current CPD and what is standard is a density of 6 units per acre. So because that portion is only 0.99 acres, they would only be allowed 5 dwelling units because it is less and you typically round down. So in this deviation, they're asking to round up to a maximum of 6 dwelling units for that 0.99 acres. So there's a slight difference.
But when you're rounding up, you're going from 5.94 to 6, not 5.1 to 6.
Yes, but the industry standard is to round
Understood.
down.
Just
Yes.
Make sure that's just very, very, very small.
Very small. Yes, that's correct. And then one of the conditions would be that would only apply to that rear lot. So if then some future point the fire station moved or something, they would have to, renegotiate that at that point. Okay. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, this is one of the reasons the fire station is on Estero Boulevard and not directly abutting the single family homes to the rear. And there is that separation. And staff will have to evaluate whatever comes to that portion at a future time. In terms of code considerations and reaching the decision, there's a number here that we've listed. It is important to note that the density intensity requests are consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed development will be required to meet all performance standards. And as the front parcel, the fire station is the primary use. And the applicant is here and they can go over this, but they're eager to get construction going as soon as possible on this project and to get it completed as quickly as possible to mitigate any kind of hazard or nuisance there. Yes. So again, compatible with the comprehensive plan. If you would like me, I can go through all of the comprehensive plan policies where they're.
No, but I
They've noted?
compliment you on the thoroughness of your presentation of your report, Judith. It was very good. Go ahead.
Do you want me to give the staff recommendation?
Yes,
And then the
I do.
applicant is here and they have a presentation.
You should give your recommendation.
Okay, so staff is recommending approval of this application. The conditions specific to note, all of the signage and landscaping has to meet the vehicle visibility, which will be evaluated based on specific vehicles in use at this site. We have also added the condition, we've asked them that the station should provide a flashing indicator light, so when the vehicles are exiting their garages, that the pedestrians and motor vehicles on Estero Boulevard are duly notified so they can get out of the way. And we did add that condition that the rear portion, that rounding up of the dwelling units only apply to the rear portion of the property.
Okay, thank you, Judith. Are there, wait, Judith, don't go anywhere. Amy?
I was just saying you need to do ex parte still. please.
Yes. Great, and thanks for reminding me about that, because I forgot. Don, do you have ex parte in this?
Yeah.
Jim?
No.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane?
Nope.
Jim?
No.
Don?
No.
John? I do. I spoke with Ron Fleming about this case, who's a fire commissioner. So Judith, hold on. Anybody have questions for Judith?
Was there any discussion about a need for an emergency signal, not just pedestrian signal on Estero for vehicles leaving, similar to what's on San Carlos by the fire station?
Or Genora?
Yes. Well, the applicant is here, they can answer that, but we did speak about, that's what we're talking about, like the indicator light to let people know.
Okay.
Vehicles and pedestrians, yes.
Okay.
Other questions for Judith? Judith, I have a question for you. Did you find it, I have difficulty with rezoning a parcel that there's no plan for.
Mhm.
Did you not have that difficulty?
No, not in this specific case. I understand that point in general. This was already a CPD, and they could have just rezoned the parcel for the fire station because they know what they're doing right now with the parcel for the fire station.
And left the existing
And left the
CPD.
existing. But if they had left that alone, then the restaurant, the alcohol consumption would all be remaining.
Thank you. Thank
This
you
is
for sharing that.
what we discussed with them, because we had talked about that as a potential option of separating it out and dealing with one and then the other. But whatever develops there will have to come back here. So I felt that was a reasonable, middle
Okay.
ground.
Thank you
in
very
this
much,
case.
Judith. All right, now we'll have the applicant, Mr. Stewart.
Madam Chair, can I just ask, Mr. Stewart, did you get a copy of the agenda packet?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, hi. Good morning,
Good
Madam
morning.
Mayor. Morning, Jane, fellow
Morning.
LPA commissioners. Greg Stewart for the record. I've been qualified in this body in Florida and Washington State as an expert in comprehensive land use planning and zoning, urban design, and real estate land use development. You have an old, outdated resume on the file someplace, but you do have my qualifications. Let's see. Before I begin, I do want to point out that I'm assisting Catrone and Associates in representing the town of Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District. We have done extensive community outreach in all forms of media, social media, radio, print. We had an open house June 19th, to reach out to the community to get input to show them what we're doing. So with that in mind, let's see if it works. We agree with the 3 September staff report in its entirety. We agree with the conditions imposed. The project is compatible with the neighborhood to the north along Tropical Shores Way. It complies with the code in terms of both zoning criteria in general and CPD zoning criteria. The 6 deviations requested are not detrimental to the public interest. They support the code, and they also, in case of the last deviation, that's a rollover from the previous CPD ordinance 0808. So we agree with staff in that they agree with our deviations. And again, we do agree with the conditions imposed. There's no space between us. And then finally, I would like to, on behalf of the fire district and myself and Control and Associates, thank staff. They've been working diligently in getting this project off the ground. Their responses, their comments and ideas for this have been well welcomed. So again, I want to thank you, give kudos where kudos is granted. The project is on the old Tops Shopping Center. site. It is two strap numbers. The land use is Boulevard. It is in the civic complex designation. It relies on the former resolution 0808, which gives extensive uses and intensities, which I'll get into shortly. The top center had direct access onto Estero Boulevard and then also Tropical Shores Way and Gulf Beach Drive, as the location map shows. The request for the 2.16 acre is again for a CPD. What we're doing is bifurcating the property, as staff said. The front, the Estero Boulevard side, 1.17 is for the fire station. The fire station's at 17,188 square feet gross, so that's a 33% plus floor area ratio. The rear north canal facing a parcel will be for select commercial uses. And again, it is the request is for 10,000 square feet or 15 lodging rooms or units, or 6 residential dwelling units. Overall, the FAR is at 23.1%. So in both parcels, it's under 40%. The height is the code 30 feet, 3 stories. The setbacks are 25 feet from Estero Boulevard, and then the code required minimum for Tropical Shores and Gulf Beach at 15 feet, flood zones 13. The buffering, and in fact, I'll jump into the first deviation, deviation 1. We have, instead of doing a traditional type D 15-foot buffer with a double hedge and 5 trees per 100 linear feet, in order to allow for maximum visibility and emergency vehicle access and egress, no trees. But in lieu of no trees, we're doing the double hedge and then an additional 18 shrubs per 100 linear feet. So in effect, we'll have a triple hedge on Estero Boulevard, and we hope that that meets the beautification aspirations of the town. The other buffers along Tropical Shores and Gulf Beach are type D, 15 feet, 5 trees, and a double hedge. The existing ordinance allows for 50,304 square feet, 13 residential units, and or 32 rooms. The existing ordinance does allow for the density roundup. The fire station and the rear north-facing mixed-use parcel presents a significant de-intensification of the existing ordinance. If you can refer to the staff reports pages 4 through 6, it kind of walks you through it. But just FYI, our total at 27,188 square feet represents a 54% reduction. The residential units drop 46%, the same thing with the lodging units. So it's a significant de-intensification. In terms of uses, we've more or less mirrored the 08, but again, with staff input, hey, we need to pull this use out, because of compatibility intensity. So we do delete restaurant, we do delete bar and cocktail lounge, on-premise consumption, on-premise consumption of alcoholic beverages, dock use, the water taxi thing that could be a nuisance, bus terminal transit. So those uses are out. We're in front of you because the old ordinance didn't include the heart of the case, which is essential service building. So we're adding that. Parks, places of worship, such as a religious facility or a standalone church, school, assisting living facility, and bed and breakfast. Our ideas on that is that they present low intensity lodging hospitality uses in conjunction with the office and select retail that we're asking for. And as staff said, basically anything that happens on the north 0.99 acre site, they're coming back for a master concept plan amendment. So it's basically a rezoning to approve, the design configuration of what's going to happen. The new master concept plan, as I pointed out, this shows the positioning of the fire station. Actually, though, the regulatory setback on Gulf Beach is 15 feet. It's set back a little bit more than that. We, of course, will have sidewalks on both Tropical Shores and Gulf Beach as per code. The existing sidewalk system along Estero Beach will be integrated into that. The access connection utilizes the existing and former tops Estero Boulevard access connection. The site plan, and again, I'll key into it, but on deviation 5, which is the average width of the parking lot landscape area, that pertains to the Estero Boulevard facing the small parking lot, and it's the island that is more or less associated with the fire station truck bin. I'll show you that, but I wanted to point that out because it's not for everything, it's just for that one little island. The fire station design, again, fitting into the town's architectural theme, coastal, colorful, friendly, funky. We also, again, meet the code in both elevation, safety, access, building height, and the like. I think it's a good looking plan. We will be compliant with the various other code elements in your architectural section, including the open space and having an area for public access, a little public plaza. We'll probably have, I think, a 9/11 type memorial or something that more or less corresponds to the Estero Boulevard area as it relates to Gulf Beach. So that's the architecture. The elevation, as I pointed out with the landscape 5-foot deviation, that though it's not really shown, but that'll be to the immediate left of the fire truck garage bins. So that's where that is. And again, you see how it's designed. In terms of findings, we comply with 3485 BC. There is no error ambiguity. The change of condition is that it was nuked by Ian, so we're rebuilding. The impact, well, yeah, I'm a Matlacha guy, so we kind of handle it informally. Oh, yeah. Anyway, the proposed changes we're de-intensifying. And again, staff, I completely agree. And that's why I'm citing staff report, page 8, page 7, comprehensive plan consistency. I can go through that, but it is consistent across the board for architecture, height, and essential service buildings. So does it meet all the performance standards? Yes, it does. Page 9, urban services exist. Protecting environmental resources, critical areas. Yes, it does, because the whole site was basically a shopping center. It's been paved, and then we demoed it, I think, in 2019. Neighbor compatibility, yes. One of the conditions in staff for the Tropical Shores Way north-facing area, we have the standard 15-foot buffering with an 8-foot screening wall. So that will help ensure compatibility. And then the other aspect, it's not neighbor compatibility, but internal compatibility, the staff condition for a 5-foot type A buffer between the fire station and the future mixed use. So again, making sure that it's externally and internally compatible. Undue burdens, no. Our traffic impact statement basically shows, well, based on the existing approval, a de-intensification, and then the nature and intent of an essential service building, the trip generation rates are very low. So, we're completely compliant with that. And of course, water, sewer, electric cables is available. In terms of the other criteria for PD, yeah, the uses, if you look at the use schedule for the mixed use area, again, they're very select. We've deleted the intense ones, such as restaurant and bars. So the uses are appropriate. Clearly, the fire station is appropriate. The sufficient safeguards are addressed by both the site plan and staff's recommended conditions. Though you can't see it on the presentation, but those are the conditions. And again, they're in the staff report. I don't need to go through them line by line. What I would like to do is go through the deviations real quick, because they're very important. And the first one I already mentioned, that's the type D Estero Boulevard landscaping. Basically, we're coming in for a triple hedge in lieu of the trees. We don't want the trees because they obstruct visual corridors, line of sight, for fire truck and emergency service vehicles. The access connection, again, that's relying on the previous use. We're using the driveway, but because it's a wider connection and because we don't meet the code, we're requesting it. Staff is agreeing with our deviation from 250 to 127-foot separation from Tropical Shores Way and 126. So, and again, that's to basically put it right in the middle of the property, allow for maximum visibility when large emergency vehicles and fire service trucks and such go in and out of the site. Deviation 3, parking lot access aisle width. The standard is based upon residential and commercial uses, maximum 25 feet. Clearly, that's not sufficient. We need larger width. We need larger turning radiuses. So that's the basis of that, and staff agrees with that. Deviation 4, the parking lot internal landscaping. That relates to the north area behind the fire station. The concept is by minimizing the landscaping, you're allowing for better turning movements and staging for fire trucks as they go into and out of the site if they're accessing Tropical Way. So again, staff agrees with our basis, and thank you for that. Deviation 5, the average parking lot width, landscaping aisle. I talked about that. So it's just one aisle. It's 5 feet instead of 10 feet. That works. And then finally, deviation 6, that's the roundup. Right now, the computed density for the north rear mixed use is 5.94 units. Rounding up is de minimis. And again, it's consistent with the previous ordinance that had an identical deviation. So in summary, we're consistent with the plan, with the town's plan. We're de-intensifying the site. We exceed the performance standards compatible with the neighborhood. Clearly, we're responding to public health, safety, and welfare interests. And the code, the deviations reasonably relate to the essential purpose of the project, which is a new fire station. So with that, any questions or comments?
Thank you very much, Greg. Jane?
What will the property that is not being developed look like? I mean, will it be landscaped? Will it be grass? Will it be rock?
It will be open. The landscape buffer A will be put in place as part of the first phase, which is the fire station. It's my understanding that we have a development order in. The development order does not show any other landscaping other than the type A buffer. So it'll just be cleared and maintained, but we won't be putting in the screening wall. We won't be putting in the sidewalks going all the way back. We'll be putting the sidewalks to the first phase line.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that isn't just left to look horrible for everybody else.
Okay.
While you're not designing yet.
Yes.
Gentlemen, questions for Jim?
No,
For Greg?
One, if I may, you mentioned, and I can get an independent communication, but you mentioned you had an outreach meetings with the public.
Yes.
Can you depict kind of how that conversation was, what the general tone was?
Well, it was June 9th. It was at Diamond Head. We had a lot of sandwiches, a lot of food and cookies. I'll testify to that. Sparsely attended. There were probably throughout the day, maybe half a dozen people that drifted in and out. We had illustration boards and a slideshow that was going on. So that wasn't, I mean, again, it was sparsely attended. I'd say half a dozen. And
In
then
other words, there weren't obvious objections, recommendations that you didn't find.
we didn't have any comments. And then on social media, it's my understanding there's been no negative comments, and of course, radio and print.
Well, it's not why you do what you do, but clearly under the community benefit category, one of the questions you get asked every time you renew your personal insurance is how close are you to a fire station?
Mhm.
So that whole community picks up a discount in that or recognition for you being close. So it's a good job.
Thank you, Jim.
And then before, you asked about was it you that asked about the light, an emergency signal light on Estero Boulevard? We have been in consultation with Lee County's Department of Transportation. We do not need to do a full-on structured hang light. We're looking at doing a ground-mounted light. The concept being to do something smaller, still functionally effective, but something smaller and less obtrusive, that ties into the town's beautification and streetscaping desires. So we probably will have something like that, but it's not going to be one of those big like in front of the fire station on St. Carlos.
Okay. Other questions, Jim?
No.
John?
No, I'm fine.
Don, any questions for Mr. Stewart?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Appreciate it.
Is Dawn hang gliding up there?
Don is hang gliding.
All right.
Says the end, not a good representation.
Any other questions for the staff before we go to public comment? Okay. Any public comment on this case? Hearing none? Okay, thank you very much. Further follow-up to staff or the applicant? If not, may I have a motion, or if somebody'd like to discuss further, let me know.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 24-27, 2545 and 2555 Estero Boulevard, subject to the staff recommendations on deviation.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, so the motion by Jim Bowen and seconded by Don Sutton. Any discussion on the motion? I'd just like to thank you for the clarification about the reduction, because I was hung up on two separate things. And Greg, I appreciate you bringing out the reduction in the existing CPD, because all I could think about was Casey's Alley back in the day, which I'm sure many folks remember. Not that I ever went, but so
Sure.
Oh, it was some kind of place. You could play ping pong, do your laundry, and have a beer.
Or
It was-
iPhone,
it was.
or iPhone cameras.
It wasn't, but thank goodness. Okay, so there's a motion to approve, finding it consistent with the comprehensive plan and the land development code. And is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Mr. Bowen?
Yes.
Don?
Yay.
John?
Yay.
Jane?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Good luck with your project, Chief. Okay, anybody need a break or we continue? Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is variance. This is a variance. The LPA will have final decision-making.
This is a vacation.
Oh, sorry, this is a vacation. This is vacation 20240068. 3030 Shell Mound easement vacation. This is for the Art Association. A resolution vacating a utility easement located over real property owned by Fort Myers Beach Art Association, generally located at 3030 Shell Mound Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, accepting and approving a comparable replacement easement to be located on the same real property, subject to the terms and conditions as contained in a second amended and restated utility easement agreement, directing the town council to accept the second amended and restated utility easement and agreement, directing clerk to record this resolution, authorizing the mayor to sign all needed documents and providing an effective date. I think that's the first time I ever read anything like that. Judith.
Hi, Judith Frankel again. As you said, this is an application to vacate an easement. This is typical of what was done when these lots were originally platted, in general, to provide a utility easement for future utilities. So if you look at the plat map, you can see how the lots were originally drawn and the easement was added at that time. We believe in 1958 when the lots were platted. The applicant has gotten letters from all of the pertinent utilities, including the town, and there is no use happening there. And in order for this lot to be redeveloped by the Fort Myers Beach Art Association, the easement needs to be vacated and potentially relocated. So that's what you're seeing before you. The recommendation is, so the typical easement, the utility easement, has 6 feet on either side of the property as it goes down. So right now there's a 12-foot easement, but that would have been most applicable when there was lots on either side of that easement. I didn't feel it made sense to require them to move that whole 12 feet because typically you would only provide 6 feet on your property. The town does not have any reason to believe that we will need that. It's not public access. It's only for utilities. But we're asking to relocate it just for the idea in case there was something in the future, undergrounding of something. But we don't foresee any of that at this time. If you have any questions about it, we did kind of draw a rudimentary map of what that would look like, what the 6-foot easement versus the 12-foot easement would be. And just for clarification purposes, I spoke with some members of the board of the Fort Myers Association. I don't know, easements and vacations can be technical terms, and to be clear, this is removing an impediment to their development.
Yes. Thank you,
And the
Judith.
applicant.
Okay, questions for Judith?
So on the map on 128, it appears that the 6-foot is an easement on their side, and then would the other 6-foot go to the other property?
But that property is not before us, so we don't have an
So
ability
you're
to
not
ask them for that.
vacating the entire easement?
Yes, so right now, so the subject parcel is made up of kind of 2 platted lots and then a third portion of a parcel. Just has to do with how it was originally platted. It's not how it's being used currently, so that's why the easement doesn't really make sense functionally now. So in relocating it, so there would have been, each property, as they were originally divided, would have had 6 feet at the edge of their property for a potential utility. So we need to move that easement in order for them to develop, to put a building in the middle of the lot. So by moving it to the edge, each property would only have been required to give up 6 feet. And it's only 6 feet of an easement. It's not of use, that can be their
It's not
landscaping.
It's not
or-
ownership.
Yes.
So my question still is what your property is gaining is the 6 feet of the 12-foot that is being vacated, not the 12 feet.
They're not gaining anything.
Well,
The
Right.
easement's just being relocated.
But it is a difference in amount. It is smaller. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions for Judith? Thank you very much. Now we'll ask the applicant to come forward.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
also, I want to make sure the applicant has received the copy of the agenda packet, but I don't think we did disclosures, ex partes.
For the vacation, do we have to have ex
Yes,
parte?
yes.
Okay. Don, ex parte?
No ex parte.
Jim? Doug?
None.
Jane? Jim?
Nope, none.
John? I have none. Okay, go ahead.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Were you not sworn
I
in at
was
the very
not, no,
beginning?
I was not here at the
Well,
very
let's have you
my
sworn in.
goodness. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right,
Okay.
party has been
Now that
sworn.
we know you're not going to lie to
Yeah.
us, go ahead, go ahead.
I think it's pretty cut and dry. All we're looking to do is.
Will you state your name for the
Oh,
record?
yeah, sorry. Aaron Spence with Mostrict Engineering.
Hi.
Hi. So all we're looking to do is just relocate this easement or vacate it, either or. We have, based on our current design, it shouldn't be an issue to provide the general 6-foot PUE that is standard for these lots. Other than that,
Okay.
Very cut and
Do
dry.
we have questions for the gentleman?
I guess I'd just like to clarify that in the package, all of the utilities have come out in favor of this.
Yeah.
Yes, we've received letters of no objection from all the relevant utility organizations.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion on this? If not, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have public hearing?
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
public comment.
God, see, I'm out of it. Is there public comment, Mike? Mike, come to the microphone. He thinks he can just get up and say anything. Go ahead.
Hi, Mike Dagnese. I was just wondering what they're trying to move.
They're not moving anything. It's an easement. It's an easement. It's an invisible line to the public.
Is there a drawing maybe?
Because I never saw anything about it, and I live right on that property line. That's why I'm asking. It's like, because there is
She can
a
show you.
utility easement, because there's a transformer on the ground right there. Are they moving the transformer? Or is it not doing anything? What are they?
If you
I live right here. in Button
Okay.
6.
So this whole portion in red is owned by the Fort Myers Beach
Right.
Artists, right?
Yep.
So this is where the original plats were. So there is
Right.
a utility. If this is your property, the utility easement continues to
Right.
run along your
Okay.
property.
Yep.
It's not being used.
Used anymore, right? The telephone
So
lines
it's
are there.
you can't access, no, the public can't go onto it. It's just
Right.
for the utilities only.
Okay.
So they're going to effectually kind of delete this
Eliminate
and
that.
then just move it down here along their property, just in case the town needed it for some. future
Okay.
purpose.
That's
So it
all I was
shouldn't-
wondering.
it
I
shouldn't
didn't know
impact
what,
you.
nobody said anything about it. I didn't know anything about it.
You
You
can
can
get a
take that
notice.
easement out all the way down, or is it just theirs?
Just here.
theirs.
We're just here.
Why not all the way? Because it's in between.
Because we can only deal with their property.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. Just
Mike, wait a
Okay,
minute, did you not get notice of this?
no, I just got a little thing in the mail that said show up today.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
the only
that's
thing I
okay.
got. So
That's notice.
that's
That's
why I'm here.
notice.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank
I
you,
got the
Mike.
Little card and
Yes, that's it. It's good to know you follow directions. Okay. Is there any further discussion on this case? May I have a motion, please?
So I'll make a motion to move forward VAC 2024-0068, 330 Shell Mound easement vacation for the Fort Myers Beach Art Association.
Second.
There's a motion by John and a second by Jim Dunlop. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, no, John, your vote?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Anita? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. The next item on the agenda, thank you, sir, is a variance request. It's VAR 202-40142 for 319 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions variance 202-40142, requesting a variance from Land Development Code Table 34-3 of 3 feet from the west side setback for a side setback of 4 feet 6 inches for air conditioning equipment. And 2, a variance from section 34-638D 2B of 3 feet from the street setback for a street setback of 22 feet for the second floor balcony of a new single-family structure in the RC zoning district for the property located at 319 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, and providing for an effective date. Do we have any ex parte communication from you, Mr. Dunlop?
None.
How about you, Don?
No.
Doug?
None.
Jane?
Yes, I spoke with the owner.
You spoke with the owner? Jim?
None.
None for
John?
me.
Okay, and I have none.
And site visits are.
And you had site visit also, Jane? Thank
Mhm.
you. All right, Sarah.
Good morning.
Good
Sarah
morning.
Probst with Community Development. Kara Stewart, on behalf of Jack Holsom, owner of 319 Estero Boulevard, is requesting 2 variances to the setback requirements for a new single-family residence in the Residential Conservation Zoning District. The variance requests are a variance of 3 feet from the west side setback for a side setback of 4 feet and 6 inches for the mechanical equipment, and a variance of 3 feet from the street setback for a street setback of 22 feet for a second floor balcony of a second living story floor balcony of a new single-family structure. The property is a conforming residential conservation zone property where a single-family residence existed prior to Ian. It was damaged during the storm and has been demolished. The town's land development code, table 34-3, requires a 7.5-foot side setback, and section 34-638 D1G states that mechanical equipment must meet the same side setbacks for as the required building it serves for new structures. A 3-foot variance is requested from the required 7.5-foot side setback for a 4.5-foot side setback from the west property line for AC equipment. The second request is for a porch. Porches, balconies, and stoops are allowed to encroach 10 feet on the first living level. However, this request is for a second living level porch, so one that stacks on top of it. So therefore, they are requesting a setback of 22 feet. So that's a variance of 3 feet from that required front setback for the second living story balcony. The applicant is here for any questions, and staff is also available.
Sarah, do you think that's a glitch? That we allow the setback encroachment for the the first floor, but not the second?
No, and that's because it was a change that actually occurred, I believe, in 2018 or 2019. The issue was that the idea was that a porch kind of gave some difference to the massing, but when people stacked those porches, it created just a wall up front because of the structure that and the support and the roof.
I don't know,
So
but I
it just
remember
made
that
the
now.
whole front of the
Yeah.
building feel closer to the road. So they were allowed to put the whole front of the building 10 feet closer to the road. So there was a change requested to the code to only allow that on a single story. So the second story is not allowed by right.
I would agree with that if it were enclosed, but the fact that it's not enclosed gives some kind of architectural deviation to just a flat wall.
I
So
wonder what I thought about that in 2018. Because
there must have been a
You,
reason.
you can think back.
Because I was there. I
You can
don't
think back to some
remember.
of the structures that were
Kara
being
might
approved
remember.
at that time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe it's my build back mentality, but I'm thinking a second floor balcony is way better than a first floor balcony. And if I was only going to allow one, I think I'd allow it on the second floor.
Well, and the reason that the second, so we're not talking about ground floor, we're talking about, you would
One
be
of.
yeah.
overflow. Got
So
it.
that would be like basically a third story
Yeah,
balcony,
yeah.
and that would feel like an overhang.
Now I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
One other question, have the side setbacks changed since the previous structure was there?
Not for this size lot, no.
And staff's recommendation?
Denial.
Denial.
There's, looking at the drawing, was there a coverage calculation done on this? I mean, it looks like there's a lot of impervious surface on this.
They will be required to meet the 67% impervious coverage. They won't be allowed to exceed that. At this point in the process, we don't typically review that aspect, but they are still required to meet it. They aren't asking for a variance from that.
Okay, Sarah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Stewart, do you remember what I thought about this in 2018? You do? Oh, that's good. I'm glad you got a kick out of that.
I do.
What did I think about it? Did I like the idea?
Kara Stewart, for the record, representing Jack Holsom, 319 Estero Boulevard. To refresh our memories, back then,
Yeah.
what was happening was contractors or whomever were applying, and they were doing exactly what was mentioned, bringing out the entire roof line from the ground up. So the facade of the building was in essence being extended. That is not what's happening here. We have no support from the
remember.
ground up. We have no roof coverage from the top down. I had met, just to address all of that quickly, I had met with the building official during this, because what had happened, the owner had applied for a building permit unbeknownst to him, and he and his designer missed this 3-foot issue. Called in a panic, what do we do? What do we do? So went through the whole thing. In the meantime, they were moving forward to try to get construction. So in this report, it says that the permit is already issued. There is a permit that was issued. They modified their drawing to eliminate that in order to keep this process going. So we applied for and then we applied for the variance, I think about 4 months ago. So here we are today. In the meantime, construction has started with the anticipation that we would like to be able to explain it a little further. I've met with the building official, the current building official here, went over with him what exactly is an overhang, what is this a balcony, is this a structure? And it was determined that it was just a balcony because there is no vertical structure coming down. So you will have, just as the drawing, I had provided a drawing here earlier, you just have a 3-foot, it's about the size, excuse me, from this ceiling tile to here is what we're talking about, that will be protruding. As far as lot coverage goes, we're allowed by code a 40% lot coverage. We have only designed this structure at a 31%. So we have kept it small and efficient. The purpose for this front balcony is what they're trying to do in the front of the house. They have their elevator. their view is a little bit blocked looking towards Estero Boulevard. This 3 foot serves two purposes. It allows us to get a view going with that west, going this way, going west. And it also provides coverage for that first floor permitted balcony of 3 feet. The code allows us a 10-foot encroachment for our balcony. We are at a 3-foot encroachment for the balcony. So when we're talking about de minimis, we believe that this really is a de minimis request. It's not the intent of the 10-foot. It's less than a third of what we're allowed by right. On the first floor, we're looking to cover the second floor. The air conditioner, it's kind of unique. The plans have been approved already with the air conditioner platform because the platform is allowed. Our only option was, in order to keep the permit going, was to place the air conditioner up on the roof. The structure is approximately, I think we're like 15 foot above ground for our flood compliance. So that places those air conditioners very, very high for maintenance and accessibility. The owner is really looking to keep it at a more usable level. They've got buffering. The uniqueness here again for our de minimis conversation is if the house had survived and the air conditioner didn't, I could have put the air conditioner back right where we're proposing to put it right now. We have the letter of no objection from the owner. So all in all, those are the recap of why we feel that this really is something that we can move forward with. We have our lot coverage. We're under our anticipated lot coverage. We have no cover. This is going to give us a cover on our first floor. So I'm here for any other questions. The owner is here as well if you have anything that you need to ask of him.
Thank you, Kara. Questions for Kara Stewart? Don?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
Okay. Doug, Jane, any questions?
I think I just wanted to confirm that if the variance is granted, then the mechanical equipment on the side of the house is going to be screened in.
Correct. I had provided a drawing here to you as well with some nice screening. Yes.
Okay, John, Jim, questions for Kara?
No. I still have a question, I guess, about the placement of the mechanical equipment and the neighbors, impact on the neighbors from noise, et cetera. That would be my concern.
The neighbor has provided a letter of no objection and is willing to accept that. It's been there forever. There's been no conflict.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Kara,
Yes.
and Sarah, I think I'm recalling all of this discussion about that second.
Rem-
Don't laugh.
Mm.
It's going to happen to you one day. And there were some homes on Estero Boulevard. That was our example of this is not at all what we intended for. Okay, I remember.
You are correct.
Okay, thank goodness.
And on Palermo, I think.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We'll open the public hearing on this. Is there anybody here who wish to speak to this case? Sir, would you like to say something? Nobody can ever resist.
As long as I'm here. My name is Jack Olson, and I'm the owner.
Nice to
And,
meet you. We're glad your house is being rebuilt.
Thank you, and I was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting.
Good.
So my wife and I have been blessed to be part of this Fort Myers Beach community with you guys for about 12 years. And Hurricane Ian was devastating.
Certainly was.
So we don't want to be here. We'd rather just have our house back. And we're trying to do that to the best of our ability. The floor plan is almost identical to what it was before. We're not trying to encroach or do a land grab or anything like that. We just, our footprint was about the same as what it is now. It's just that we had to move some stuff inside from outside. So it's a very small thing, but it's a huge thing when you're looking at utilizing the house, because that was our sun area. And we used to have a 10 by 19 deck. Now it's 9.5 by 7. And if it gets held back, architecturally, it looks hideous because the other balcony's already there. And also from a use perspective, you can't even put a lounge chair and have someone walk safely in front of it. So really appreciate your time and your consideration of this. These two small de minimis things mean the world to us for the architectural beauty. We have no issue with the neighbors. It's all commercial property there. We have one neighbor to the north. They're 100% supportive of it. And I think the AC is 17 feet above floor.
Bring it on.
So
Thank
really
you so much.
appreciate your consideration and your time.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else wish to speak? Seriously, you have train whistles?
Blind out
Okay.
guy.
Okay, so any discussion on this variance request?
I think that the difference here in what we discussed in 2018 is the fact that the roof does not come over, making the entire project or the
No
footprint
structures.
larger and not enclosing or having things come down. It is basically a thing hanging in the air.
Yep.
And, you know, I don't have a problem with the balconies.
I don't
personally.
have a problem with any of it. I agree completely with the applicant's request. It's a de minimis request.
Madam Chair, I'd move approval of VAR 2024-0142, 319 Estero Boulevard.
I'll second.
Thank you very much for the motion and the second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve? Hearing no discussion, your vote, Jim?
Aye.
And Doug?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. And motion's carried. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, this is a variance request. So there is the opportunity for anyone to request a hearing.
Jack, listen to this. Go ahead.
So this is a variance request, and the way that our code is written, there is the opportunity for someone, anyone, to object, or not to object, to request a second hearing on this matter before the town council. So after 10 days, should there be no request, then this is your final stop.
I turned it off.
The
So in
train.
other words, Jack, don't start building anything.
It
till-
is
I know, it's
built.
already there.
It's
It's already
built.
there. Don't start finishing for another 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone wish to have a break? Okay, we're gonna take a, okay, we're gonna take a 20-minute break.
Coming back at what time?
Coming back at 12:20.
Okay.
That's a 30-minute.
Okay, everyone, thank you for that, that little break there. We're going to move on to, I'm sorry,
E is an elephant.
E is an elephant, yes. Item number E, which is a special exception for 1400 Estero Boulevard. It's the Lonnie Kai property. The Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to approve with conditions, or deny special exception for 1400 Estero Boulevard, the Lonnie Kai Resort, to rebuild paver decks, beach bar structures, walkways, covered screen areas, gazebo, planting areas, and wood decking to pre-Ian conditions fully in the EC, which is environmentally critical zoning district. Is there any ex parte, Don,
No.
Jim, Doug,
No, ma'am.
Jane, Jim,
No.
John?
None.
I have none as well. Okay, Jason.
Good afternoon, Jason Smalley with your Planning and Zoning Department. Excuse me. As was mentioned before, this is a special exception request for 1400 Estero Boulevard, otherwise known as Lonnie Kai. The purpose of this request is to rebuild and rehabilitate the developed area directly behind the building. All of this area behind the building or on the beach side of the building is fully within the EC or environmentally critical zone. So that necessitates them have come before you and town council to ultimately get approval to rebuild that. Now, as part of the request, they are looking at approximately 8,000 square feet of disturbed area. That would be their decking and the proposed pavers. On top of that, there is approximately 1,200 square feet of planting area that they are proposing. So that would be a planting strip at the edge of this disturbed area where their hardscape is going to be. That will be plantings with trees and beach species plants. Excuse me. In addition to that, I did want to make note that of the 8,000 square feet of disturbed area, actually approximately 1,300 square feet of that will be sand area that will be dedicated as a playground. So just understand that we are talking about roughly 6,700 square feet total of decking, gazebos, bars, and the paver area back there. Through staff's research, we were able to establish that the general area was developed going back to at least 2001, which is as far back as we could go with the Lee property appraiser aerials. We did also find an approved limited development order from 2001 that generally showed the same area was approved by the town through Lee County at that time. So what they're proposing today is in line with what was previously approved, and based on just the 2001 LDO document is actually minimally smaller as far as the area dedicated to pavers and to decking area. I also did want to make a point that most of this area in the back did have covered roofs on there. They were not solid roofs as best we can tell, but the application does propose some roofed area with 3 walls or enclosures in there. So I just did want to point that out. It's not all going to be completely open area. If you have any questions or concerns, staff is here for that. Otherwise, the applicant and their professionals are here as well.
Questions for Jason? Any questions? Jason, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So you referred to these structures as major structures.
That would include the structures themselves and not just the pavers and decking area.
So I'm going to go back to my question I asked you on the other case about FEMA. What do you think FEMA will say about us allowing major structures to be constructed in the environmentally critical zone of the island?
So just as a matter of clarification, FEMA doesn't really care about the EC zone. They care about it being in the V zone, but your point is well taken. FEMA generally has concerns about accessory structures, particularly if they are habitable structures going on a property in the V zone. What we have here in general are going to be open-sided structures. They are going to be expected to fail under wind and water load.
And where will they go?
Well, they will either sink or they will become minor flotsam in the water. So this is always the threat of anything in the V zone. Anything that you have there that is not really sort of planted into the ground can always become a minor missile. What we have here from FEMA is a requirement that anything built out there has to be frangible. So it has to be able to break up into smaller parts from its initial constituency. So if you have a paver deck, the expectation is that large chunks of it are not going to float up and go out there, but there will be small things, buoyancy in some of these materials that they may use may cause pavers to float, or wood decking, or the hybrid decking, whatever it may be. This, to your point, the structures that are being rebuilt on the beach are expected to handle these sorts of loads and minor missiles in the water. We don't expect that this would be a major issue that might cause a complete collapse if part of this decking were to hit another building along the beach. But I did want to make the point also that going forward, any time that these things are damaged and have to be repaired, they will have to come back to the town again, make their case. And at that point, prerogatives may be different at that point. But under today, they are requesting roughly 8,000 square feet of decking and pavers.
Okay.
So all of the decking that was there is now gone.
A large majority of it, and I'll defer to the applicant, but I believe there was some small remnants of paver areas that were still left. But for the most part, everything back there has been destroyed.
Okay.
And for the public, staff's recommendation?
So recommendation was approval with conditions. One of the conditions that staff did recommend was that they go ahead and revise their DEP permit. They have already received a DEP permit, but we would like to be a bit more specific about the types of structures that they're going to be building back there and not just general material areas.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Jason? Thank you very much, Jason. Now we'll have the applicant. Greg, are you filling in for Mr. Barant today? Okay,
Yes, good afternoon.
good afternoon.
Madam Chairman, fellow commissioners, Greg Stewart for the record, assisting Catrone and Associates and representing the Lonnie Kai Limited Partnership. Just for the record and for clarification, I'm going to be referring to the August 30th staff report. That was a staff report that was generated this past Friday. The conditions for recommendations were revised, and we agree with those conditions. So I just wanted to put that out of the way. We agree with the conditions. As I said, we agree with the staff's analysis and assessment, their findings. An important consideration in this is that we are, as with staff, relying on the code 34,652, which allows for major accessory structures such as what we're talking about to be put into the environmentally critical area. VEC is the subject zoning district. Staff already mentioned that. The request is it's a build back request to replace what was destroyed. The major accessory structure is the bar. The rest we're talking about are sitting areas, a playground, but that was in a sand area. The pavers, the wooden decking and like. Let me just skip through this because we have that is a nice picture and illustration of what we're doing, and that really illustrates what was there, albeit what we're going to do now is going to be more structurally integrated into both the building and its environment. But the bottom line is this: we do meet the code. We are compliant with 6366 B3, as staff pointed out on page 2. We will meet all relevant codes, including, as staff said, the breakaway provisions and FEMA stuff. The damage to existing beach vegetation, we're citing this where it was, so there's no damage to existing. I mean, this is a build back to where it was. Of course, we will be going through DEP, Coastal Construction Line Permitting process to verify that. In terms of other considerations, environmental considerations, sea turtle lighting specifically, yes, we agree with staff and their conditions and findings relating to sea turtles. We will not be building during nesting season. We'll be using all the appropriate lighting and all the town permits relating to those types of environmental considerations. And then the existing change condition that supports this, of course, was Hurricane Ian. There were a few problems environmentally speaking, from the existing set of uses at the ground floor of the Lonnie K. So we don't anticipate any compatibility impacts or neighboring impacts. And again, if you look at it, the adjoining uses are commercial parking lot, and then think a residential condo with retail. Then across the street, there's parking. So there's no compatibility impacts to what was going on and what is being proposed to be put back. In terms of consistency with the town plan, again, we agree with staff. If you look at 5D1, development of minor accessory structures, again, we're consistent with that and the other compatibility code requirements in the plan. We do not create new development. And again, repeating myself, this is a build back. We're replacing what was destroyed. We will meet other code requirements. And it is my understanding that we are in the PO process. Yeah, so we've submitted, so staff's looking at the actual construction plans. So to conclude, I just wanted to make this real quick. It's a build back request. There's no, we're in agreement with staff. All the conditions are reasonably related to what we're seeking, and I'm available to address any questions.
Thank you, Greg. Questions for Mr. Stewart? Dawn, do you have any questions for Greg?
I don't have any questions, thanks.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Stewart? Thank you, Greg. We'll open the public hearing. Would anybody care to make comments? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I asked for ex parte. Yeah. Any comments or concerns from anyone? You don't have ex parte? Okay. John, do you have any ex parte?
I do not.
Jim?
No.
Jane? No. Doug? No. Jim?
No.
Don, did you have any ex parte for the Lonnie Kai?
No.
Neither do I. Okay. Any comments from anybody on this case? Do any of you have a concern about replacing stuff that is gone? I'm not talking about repairing. I'm talking about rebuilding in the EC. Nobody
I know
shares
each
that.
case is different, but I think we did this exact same thing for another resort down the north end of the island. And I had a concern there where there were utilities and such going out to structures that well beyond or well into the EC.
And do you have that concern now as well?
I have the same concern I had then.
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
concern for the wood structures, decking and things like that, because just this last storm.
Jane, nobody can hear you.
Just this last storm I had from the construction sites, their pallets all came down to my house. So I worry about structures that are built like that because they do come apart and separate with the water. I would prefer a harder surface as in tiles or pavers, because I think they're not as easy to lift or float over to other people's properties as a decking is. Anybody else have that concern?
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
I
one
can-
other thing I was going to suggest is that, I know that there's two thickness of pavers. And I think if this does move forward, we should put a stipulation that they have to be the thicker pavers, and they have to be, most of them are bordered with concrete, but something to kind of hold them in place. When I think of where I lived at the time of the storm, we did lose some pavers in some places, but it was where they were thinner or not completely, sort of tied together with a concrete border.
Okay. Any other comments on this topic, Jason?
Don, just to make the point,
Part of it says they have to be able to break apart.
yeah, FEMA is going to require a design that really adheres to this frangibility idea. So they're going to have to be designed, even if we put that condition on there for FEMA purposes, to basically be sand set and be able to break up into their small pieces.
For sure. Yeah, understand that part.
What's your thought about, Jason, about wood decking versus pavers?
In what respect? The
In-
potential for damage?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to understand that a piece of wood in the water is going to be dangerous to a human body, to a car. Does it go through a house if it hits it? Probably not. Can it break out a window and cause floods to come in? Sure. But toys floating in the water or any number of things can do the same amount of damage. But I do take your point. Nobody wants to have 12-foot long pieces of wood floating down a narrow waiting to hit something. But I don't really see how you design something that's both beach compatible, V-zone, FEMA compatible, and also usable at a reasonable price. So I think there's probably some compromise to be made there.
Thank you. Mrs. Stewart, did you come there because you have something to add to this conversation? Go ahead.
Kara Stewart, also a CFM certified floodplain manager.
Right.
I would like to caution LPA members that there is some very strict guidelines from FEMA that dictates how construction has to take place, which is more stringent in a V zone. So I just want to caution you for adding and or trying to design what can happen. They will be bound by the FEMA regulations. For instance, plumbing and electric has to be quick disconnect. We have a lot of other things that we have to deal with. So that's really all I want to say is just caution you on providing that when there is some very strong
Already in
guidance.
place.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Public comment is closed. Any other discussion on this case?
I guess, Anita, my thought, and I think it's already been addressed, is when they build back in this EC zone, they understand that whatever they build back is likely or quite possible will get washed away again. They comply with all the FEMA regulations, frangibility, et cetera, but it sounds like we don't have to remind them to think about that. They'll be forced to look into that. So, but I think I do like that if it washes away again, they got to come back again, just like they do now.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, would somebody make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Doug is
Oh,
making.
I'm sorry, I got to read it.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. I make a motion to approve the variance SEZ 2024-0024, 1400 Estero Boulevard, Lonnie Kai, to provide a special exception to allow reconstruction of pre-existing frangible decking and other amenities in EC zone.
With the 5
Subject
conditions
to
of
With
approval.
with subject to the conditions recommended by staff.
Okay.
Second.
So there's a motion made by Doug and seconded by Jim. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mike, I mean, the Conadaris family has been very important to Fort Myers Beach for many, many, many years. I can understand repairing something that is been disturbed in the EC, but completely recreating it seems contrary to what we should be doing. That's my comment. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Doug, your vote?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Done.
I mean, John?
Oh, aye.
Look at you say, Doug. Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
No. Motion carries 6-1. Okay,
I'd
the
like
next
to comment
case.
on this package. It would be really great if it can all be up and down instead of sideways. It was, mine is all half sideways and
What are you
upside
talking
down.
about?
All
The
the,
agenda
everything in the package,
Okay.
yes, sideways.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next case, SEZ 20240-200, which is 6502 Estero Boulevard. 6502 Estero Boulevard, the privateer. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying special exception SEZ 20240-200 to conditions denying special exception SEZ, that doesn't make sense, SEZ 20240-200 to allow repairs to a retaining wall in the EC zoning district as authorized by section 6366 of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code for property located at 6500 and 6502 Estero Boulevard, providing for Scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. And this is the privateer. John, do you have any ex parte?
I live on the street across from the privateer.
Okay.
So approval or denial of this motion, would this provide any type of special benefit to you that's not speculative
Not that
in
I
any
can-
nature?
Not that I
And
can think of.
is there anything that would cause you to have an inability to render a fair and impartial decision in this matter?
No, nothing.
Okay, she's fine.
Jim, do you have any ex parte?
None.
I have none. Jane?
None.
Doug?
None.
Jim?
I am also noticed within the 500 feet,
Okay.
closer than John is. So if you want to ask me those questions again, I'll
Yeah,
answer accordingly.
so the denial or the approval of this, would that create any type of special benefit for you as a property owner within the 500 feet?
It would not.
And aside from that, do you come to this hearing with the ability to render a fair and impartial decision?
I do.
No hidden biases or?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
Dawn, do you have any ex parte?
No ex parte.
Okay. Go ahead, Judith.
Good afternoon again. Judith Frankel, Planning and Zoning. This is a application to repair an existing retaining wall. I do want to note, it's not in the report, but if you look at the package, it refers to the structure as a seawall every place. Structurally, it's similar. The applicant is here and they can explain to you the differences, but per our code, because of the location of it, it is a retaining wall. It doesn't change anything about the application, but when they come and submit for their permit, we'll ask them to correctly label it as a retaining wall.
Okay.
The retaining wall has been in place at least since 1972, based on aerial images that are available through Lee County. The applicant also provided an enabling declaration, which, as far as I can tell, is very similar to a development order that would have been issued by Lee County at the time, and that's dated 1964. So all this to say that the building and the structure in question were built prior to the 1978 CCCL line, which is why it's in that location. The Land Development Code says that existing retaining walls and seawalls along the Gulf may be maintained but not rebuilt. In this case, they are repairing what is existing and no more. And what they are proposing to do will add usability to that space for the main structure. There are two criteria for consideration, one for special exceptions, and other ones for things happening in the EC zone. As again, for an EC zone, it is a repair and not a new construction, and they will have to comply with all the regulation for the EC zone. In terms of a special exception, as previous applications have stated, the changing condition was Hurricane Ian, which damaged the structure, and now they are repairing it. We do not feel that it differs in any way from the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan states that special exception may be approved for reconstruction or renewal of any part of an existing building for the purpose of its maintenance or to correct damage to existing primary structures which encroach into the EC and their customary accessory uses. So this is a customary accessory use for this property that existed pre-Hurricane Ian. The applicant is here as well.
Thank you very much, Judith. Gentlemen?
Good morning. For the record, my name is John Seekman. I am sworn in, and I'm here with Stokes Marine, and we're here on behalf of the Privateer Condo Association. I'd like to start by thanking the LPA and staff for their time that they put into this project and application. Given that it's in the EC zoning district, we understand there's extra layers of review and more scrutiny that goes into a project like that. With that being said, this is just a repair to an existing seawall cap. The seawall, I keep calling it seawall. As she mentioned, it is a retaining wall. Structurally, they're the same, but it's where it's located, retaining wall versus seawall. It did survive Ian, but it was damaged. And the cap itself, which is the top portion, that's what we're looking to repair. We do have signed, sealed, engineered plans, so it will be repaired to the current Florida 2023 building code. And it's in a like for like fashion. We're not trying to expand or improve on it. We're just trying to repair the way it's been since the early 1970s. As you saw in the application packet with the historic aerials, it has been there since the early 1970s, so 50 plus years. And it is something that the owners are looking to get completed right now. They're going through renovations to bring the property, get all the repairs completed. Now's a good time because we come in with the equipment and everything. And before landscaping goes in and all that kind of stuff, we can repair this, get it back to pre-storm conditions, and then they can go on with the other repairs. So that's the reason we're here today is for that. So thank you for your consideration. Any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the gentleman? Yes, Doug?
Yeah, I just want to, the exhibits, I'm looking at S1.2. This retaining wall is clearly what it is. It's to support the parking area. Right. And, but what I can't see on this exhibit is where the coastal construction line is, which I would have been interested in. Because it looks like it probably bumps right up against building D, but.
If you look at page 366 of the packet.
366.
It's got CCL on it.
366. Just a second. Bear with me, please.
It's sideways. No, it's not. I guess it's not.
But I think it's important, and it's been mentioned already, but it's clearly a retaining wall. It's supporting
Yes.
the parking.
Yeah, that was my error when I wrote the narrative. I'm used to seawalls, and with the code, it is retaining.
Of course
It's
you
clear
are.
from the drawings that they're just simply putting a new concrete
Yep.
cap on the top of it.
Yes, and
Go ahead.
I would like to make note of that is that the actual wall itself, the panels that are embedded into the ground, they're in great shape. They're staying, so we're not touching the actual wall. We're just
Just the cap.
just the cap we're repairing.
Any other questions? Now that you finished your presentation, I have to give you a compliment. I have never heard anyone say anything negative of Marine.
Well, thank you. That's a good thing.
That is a big kudos for you because, we're all we like to complain about things and never have I heard anybody say anything but great comments about you guys. So
Well, thank you.
kudos.
That's
Yep.
why I work for them. It's
Yep.
a great company.
Yep. Good for you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you very much. We'll open the public comment. Does anybody here would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Any further discussion on this? Anybody have any further questions for staff or the applicant? If there are none, may I have a motion, please?
Move approval of special exemption Z22024-0200, 6502 Estero Boulevard, Cylinders of Privateer, with the conditions of staff in their report.
Thank you. Thank you both. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Dawn?
Aye.
Jane? Aye. Jim?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. The next item on our agenda is ordinance 2426, which is the CB zoning district amendments. An ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending table 34-2 titled Use Subgroups Permitted in Each Zoning District in chapter 34, article 3, division 2, to amend the allowed subgroups for the CB zoning district from limited to open for the lodging, office, and retail use groups to the Land Development Code subdivision 5, CB zoning district found in chapter 34, article 3, division 5, redevelopment zoning district to place limitations on new outdoor dining and outdoor entertainment uses, providing for severability, codification, Scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing for an effective date.
Just a reminder, this one is legislative in character, not quasi judicial.
So we don't need ex parte communications.
Correct.
Thank you. Sarah.
Good afternoon, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Where do I start with the CB zoning
Got
district?
a long history.
So the CB zoning district has had a bit of a history with the town. In the past, you were not allowed to develop any use more intense than the use before it, and there was sort of a level. So restaurants were the highest level, most intense use. Retail was the second highest intense use, and then office was considered to be the least intense use. And then, of course, there was residential that was also allowed. The way the code had previously been written, you were not able to, once you became, for instance, if you were a restaurant, you became an office, you could never become a restaurant again. A couple of years ago, we updated the CB zoning district so it could be any use that had previously been on that parcel. Now, as redevelopment is occurring on the island and people have these CB properties and they're sort of reimagining what they could do, they still have these limitations that they can't have a use that wasn't previously allowed on it unless they come to us with a CPD. So this code change would allow more open uses than were previously allowed. So if you look at the Exhibit B, we've X'd out limited for lodging, office, and retail to make them open for those uses. However, we do have a limitation that if you did not previously have outdoor entertainment, or let's see what it is. New outdoor entertainment is not permitted, new live entertainment is not permitted, and new outdoor seating is not permitted. So if you had those uses previously, those can go back on the parcel. But with this new open, having these additional uses allowed, those additional uses are not allowed. The outdoor entertainment and seating, and that's because of the impacts to the adjacent properties. When this first came before you, I was not at that hearing, but I listened to the hearing. And one of the big concerns that I heard is that people were concerned that these properties were back in neighborhoods. So I created a map with all the CB zoning districts, or all the properties that are in the CB zoning district. If you look at the map on the screen, it's kind of hard to tell the differences. So the pink you see there and the orange, the solid orange. So I think there's only maybe just a few solid orange on there. The solid orange indicates that those are currently as a residential use, but in the CB zoning district, and the solid pink indicates that that's a commercial use in the CB zoning district. And I created this map so that you could see how few properties were actually impacted by this zoning district.
So these are your oranges?
Yep, those are the oranges.
These are the pinks.
And those are the pinks.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
It's a total of 35 properties on the whole island. So this is the north end of the island. Jacob, could you scroll to the next one, please? And then that's the south end of the island. Originally, there had been a request to do an overlay. I didn't think an overlay was appropriate because it affected so few properties. I felt that just a change to the zoning district made the most sense, so everybody's treated the same. There are no changes to the development criteria having to do with density or intensity or setbacks. Those will all remain the same. And this is in an intensity of, so a floor area ratio of 1.0. So it's not hugely intense uses. You're not going to be able to put a huge development on there. I know that was a concern, but I think that that is already managed by the development regulations. I'm available. Oh, one additional item. We received a phone call from someone trying to redevelop a single-family residential in this zoning district, and asking about setbacks. So I did include, in 34-704A2, I included an additional, change to setbacks for residential structures, and that is an option. We can certainly require everything to meet the same setbacks, whether it's residential or commercial, or we can give them an additional setback so that they have room for a driveway. It's really up to you. I put this in here so that it could be up for discussion.
Mhm. What are your thoughts on the additional setback for driveways or whatever for the residential? Does anybody have a comment on that?
Well, only if the, if the lot is a standard lot of 75 feet, I would agree with these, but so the 10-foot setback would be 5 and 5 on each side, or a 10-foot on each side. Oh, that's Windmill Street. Hang on. 5 feet from the property line. Okay, sorry. Never mind. But wait a minute. All streets. Why would they only have a 10-foot setback from Estero Boulevard?
So if you look at 34-704 building placement, A2 is the change. So the idea is that, so these are commercial, and it's sort of the same concept as what we have for downtown, where you want the buildings to be closer to the street to build sort of a
Walkability.
consistent pedestrian feeling area. So the question is, do you want houses to also meet that criteria, or do you think it's okay for houses to have a little bit more of a setback so that they have somewhat of a front yard and a driveway? Or do we think that it's important that they still create that pedestrian fabric by being close to the main corridor?
What do you think, Sarah?
What's your opinion?
I can see reasons depending on the design, quite honestly. We don't have parking on street. So they would essentially have to leave the understory of their house open so that people would be able to pull underneath the house. If you don't want to have sort of that requirement, then you would want to give them enough of a setback so that the car could fit between the sidewalk
Can we give them the option?
Well, and that's what we did in the downtown district, except for only on secondary streets. We didn't allow it on Estero Boulevard, but we did allow for residential properties to have between 5 and 25 foot setback, where the code required between 5 and, I don't know, 0 to 5 or something like that. So we allowed that for the secondary streets, but we didn't allow it for Estero Boulevard because we wanted to maintain that consistent fabric for Estero Boulevard.
Okay.
Do we still have the same fabric for these properties though, if there's only so few of them and they seem to be separated?
Well, and there aren't a lot of residential either. So, I mean, I think that it might be appropriate to allow just the flexibility for that because there aren't a lot of them. They aren't regular size lots. We're not talking about like the lots that are all consistently the same size. So it may be a little bit harder to develop on some of these lots. And as having a home on Estero Boulevard, you might want that additional setback just because Estero is a very busy street.
I would give them the option.
I would agree
Okay.
with that too.
So do we think a 5 to 18 feet? So I didn't go the full 25. I figure 18 is room enough for a truck.
Yep.
Very good.
Do you think that that's appropriate?
I do. I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. Thank you.
No problems.
Are you going to participate?
So general question.
And a vote.
General question, Sarah, you've been working real hard to create a zoning to bring it current with the reality we all live in now. So from a workload standpoint, efficiency, speed to decision-making, describe what these changes when adopted mean to the public, how they interact with the town, in particular your department.
So essentially this is gonna this is going to allow people to sort of reimagine what their lot can be. Where we have some, especially I know there are some real estate offices, especially the offices. You know, people might want to have a restaurant, they might want to have a retail store, and they weren't allowed to do that previously. It's not going to do much different for our office, except for in the past, we had to go back and try to find records of what was previously approved from there. So this may actually improve our ability to more accurately review these because we were reliant on older records that maybe were incomplete in the past.
My point, Madam Chair, was this puts the creativity and the optionality down at the user level.
It does.
Allows things that we can't envision or wouldn't be comfortable with be brought to us to be convincing to say, hey, I think this will add to the Fort Myers Beach vibe. So it's an unintended consequence perhaps, or it's a direct consequence. Don't carry the way. Point is, we need to recognize, I believe staff is bringing us those options. And in supporting this, I think we get a more vibrant community from a diversity standpoint.
Okay, so we all agree on that, but now let's talk about the building height.
Okay.
So for 34705 building size, the building height previously was 2 stories. And now you're suggesting 3.
Hold on, let me get to that portion of the code.
It's 34705 letter B. I can't tell you what page it is because I didn't print pages. There you go. Okay, good.
Okay.
And I'm assuming, or should we imagine that this is to be consistent island-wide for height?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is essentially what we did with the downtown zoning district
Yes.
when we said, well, why is this little section being treated differently than the other section? It doesn't give it any additional floor area ratio, so they're still at a 1. So if they want to go up to potentially a 1.5, they would still have to come in and do a CPD. I also want to point out that I think I'm going to make a correction unless you prefer it this way. I have in here for 34703B that new outdoor entertainment, new live entertainment, new outdoor seating is not permitted. What I'm going to say is by right. So people can still come in and request that through the CPD process.
Okay. Okay, anybody have a question on the height change? Or are you okay with it?
So is that 3 stories over parking? Or?
It is.
No, it isn't.
No,
Well,
it's 3
no,
stories
3
total.
stories total.
Yep.
Three stories total. That's right.
On the beach, yeah.
Okay, I think that was it for your questions for us. Anybody have any other comments on this? I think you did a great job, Sarah.
Great.
I really do. It's like this has been sort of floundering, but I think you did a very good job with this.
Good. Okay. Sounds good. And-
Anybody else have any comments? No?
And I think that our plan is to send out postcards to all the people who own the CB zone property so that they're aware of this change, not just put it in the newspaper, because we have the option to just advertise in the newspaper.
that's a
I think
great
we're going to
idea.
do both.
Yes,
Good
great
for you.
idea. Great idea. Okay. Thank you very much. You don't need a vote on that, do you?
Yes.
Because
it
we
would
want to
be-
transmit the thoughts to the town
Correct.
council.
So it would be
Okay.
a motion to recommend approval of the proposed ordinance, finding that it is consistent with your comprehensive plan.
So moved.
Could we, Jim, could you amend that just to reflect the option for setback
the change.
changes?
With
And
the,
change of
with the option that Sarah mentioned on setbacks.
and the ability for the CPD.
Well, that's,
Change.
that's,
Okay.
that's, yeah.
That's
Okay.
right.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, Don. Okay. We'll move on. Hey, this is, I'm not saying anything yet. Administrative agenda, anything from anyone? LPA items and reports. Don, do you have anything?
I don't, thank you.
How about you, John?
No, I don't.
Jim?
I've been working on, my thoughts on what a public benefit is, so
Oh, shoot.
I'm gonna distribute that if it's okay with the chair at the next meeting.
Excellent. Can Jim distribute something to us, or does it need to go to you, Amy, and then you distribute it?
It should go to Amy first and then she'll distribute it.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Jim, you be distributing those just so we have it, or you plan on having a conversation? Because I think the next meeting's probably going to be evening
well-
lunch and dinner, so
Well,
we may want to have
we'll
it.
see about that. We'll see about that. Well, it'll be distributed for when public benefit is a topic of discussion. How is that?
It won't
You're
be
welcome.
discussed.
Thank you. Jane?
I've gotten a couple calls from people on things that have been cut out of the street and not resealed properly, like there's a 6-foot edge and people's cars, tires are getting damaged and stuff. Who do they call at the town?
I
Public
think
Works?
Public Works
Public Works.
through the city manager.
It's
I mean,
Carolina. There's a pretty long piece that's, if somebody's walking down the street, it'll definitely trip them in the night or whatever, but I think it could do car damage.
Yeah.
So
Public Works. Anything else, Jane?
No.
Don, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Jim?
Just want to ask as to the status of the duties and responsibilities document we talked about in June. Some of us are up for reappointment, so it'd be kind of fun to have some of that cleaned up as we hopefully get to accept that role. So I don't know where it is. I know we have a busy agenda coming up.
How's that going, Nancy?
I don't see it coming to you on the 9th,
Okay.
honestly,
October then sometime?
October.
Okay, thank you very much.
Don, did I ask you, do you have anything?
You asked me and I did not. I still don't.
All right, you still, okay. I have several things to bring up. One, I have a meeting tomorrow with the town manager, with Frankie, with the mayor, with Amy, and Nancy, to discuss our scheduling, because I've had a repeated conversation. You all can tell me if you agree with this point of view or if you don't. When I asked recently what will be on our September 10th meeting, I was told, well, probably Seagate, the Arches, Neptune, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no way, no way. It would just be so difficult. It isn't fair to the applicant. It's not fair to the LPA, and it's not fair to the staff to have that burden for one meeting. So the suggestion was made, well, the LPA could have more meetings. But if you all remember, there was a comment made by staff that having more meetings doesn't mean that they can be more productive. It means that they're sitting here for a day instead of doing their things. So I, in speaking with several people, I reached out to the town manager and the mayor and that group to say, could we talk about these schedules? Because I understand completely the pressure to get projects moved forward. One of the greatest pressures, of course, as I am told, is we want to get our project in before the election. To me, that sounds a little suspect. I mean, I don't think people should be saying that, quite honestly, but there is a real pressure on the staff to get everything to us. Now, if you all, so I'm just saying, hey, maybe it's a good opportunity. I mean, whether a project is good or not good shouldn't be determined by an election. If it's a good project, it's going to pass, period. But I think that we should talk about the work burden for the staff and for the LPA at any given meeting. I don't know how much, I know how much I can absorb when I think about working, when I go to a trade show or something. My limit is 5 to 6 hours. After that, I'm useless. My brain I just can't do anymore. And so I wanted to hear what your thoughts are, because if you disagree with me on this, then I'll cancel that meeting and we'll just let them push on as they're pushing on.
I guess my initial reaction would be, I'm glad it's coming up as a topic, because I think everyone here desires to be prepared
Absolutely.
knowledgeable. Site visits take time, interactions take time. And every time there's an iteration, particularly these major ones, you have to hear again why the change was made and what benefit is there to everybody involved. So I say that to say this. I think there's different categories of agenda items that we're not bifurcating into meetings. There are some we can get through, I will call them administratively, no offense to the legalities of it all, but they don't require staff's work and or ours to get through what I think the salient issues
Mhm.
are. Then there's these other ones that
Mhm.
require entire and full attention. And again, staff should have the freedom to say, we're dealing with that today and that only. So if you could bring up a topic, a discrimination around what is at a meeting versus what's available and everything ought to be on it,
I agree.
I would appreciate that conversation.
I agree. I agree. Anybody else have comments on that?
I think the staff shouldn't feel any political pressure to try and get something done by an election. I agree with you. A project's a project. I think staff ought to be able to make a determination, whether it's based on when they filed or how far along the review has been, and they ought to be able to determine the agenda. And if they feel like they need a special meeting, they can request it. We consider it. But I sort of think that the staff ought to be able to feel free to set an agenda that they're comfortable that they can comply with everything that we need.
John, you have any comment?
I'm in 100% agreement.
Yeah.
Well, I think also the importance is the getting it to us in a timely manner so that we have time to digest it.
So on Friday, late in the evening on Thursday, I know that there were staff members still working on to get things to us. And it came to us Friday, I think at 11:30 in the morning or so. It came to us at 11:30 on Friday
On a holiday
on a
weekend.
holiday weekend, which, okay, it's a holiday weekend. We live on an island, whatever. But still, there were substantial cases here. Now, it's Monday afternoon, and next Tuesday, from what I understand, all these cases are bloom, bloom, bloom. Where do you stand right now with preparation for a doozy of next Tuesday?
Can I get the report tomorrow?
Jake, go ahead.
We're good? Okay. We are still working on several items for that meeting.
Okay.
I would say all items for that meeting are still being worked on.
All items for that meeting are still being worked on.
So
Okay.
if I can add, it's not because staff is not working.
Of course not. That's not a
Tomorrow
question.
is our deadline for agenda distribution to the town council meeting, which is the day before your meeting. So that agenda is also going to be quite lengthy. And so I think there's still things that need to be finalized on that. And then it will be a shift to the LPA as quickly as possible.
Would it help the staff if we took the meeting on the 10th and maybe moved it to the 17th, and you could take care of the town council, get that done? You buy yourself another week worth of time.
Was it these items, were they advertised for that meeting date?
So it's possible that items that were on the 10th were going to be going on the 23rd. Do we have any items that were supposed to be going
On the
to 20
23rd of September?
to town
Council.
council? Sorry. So it would be going to the LPA on the 10th and then going to the town council on the 23rd. I would need to look at advertisements to see which ones, if any, got advertised for that. So we'd be able to-
This is my point. So I tend to look at this from a business point of view where there's this big snowball, and somehow we need the snowball not to run over us. And that's the kind of the impression that I'm getting. And that I understand the pressure that's there. And let me also say, because I'm sure people are listening, I appreciate these people who have invested their time and tons of their money to rehabilitate our community. I appreciate that immensely. But we can only go as fast as we can go. And so anyway, the objective of my meeting is to get a better perspective from staff of what the expectation is for us to perform, and if we even can do it. So,
And I think there's a respect and a professionalism that comes with both being prepared and having the communication so
absolutely.
you can be productive. In that context, do the applicants see the staff report and your recommendation same time you sent to us?
No, we typically send it, so they will get the staff report typically as soon as it's finalized. You don't get the staff report until it gets reviewed by all the other reviewers.
In these big developments, it just seemed like to me, and maybe I'm reading the wrong tea leaves, but the London Bay reaction was we just saw the staff report and we have to work on those responses. So we're asking for whatever they asked for.
Mhm.
So it's that kind of continuity that I believe you're trying to deal with here so that the people we're serving get the same service
Bingo.
as the ones that are serving
That's
them.
because ultimately that's who needs to be served, is
That's it.
everybody out there that we're not seeing in this room right this
That's
minute.
it.
Because for them to all of a sudden have all of this, like, oh, we're going to do this and this and this and this. And it's like, what? We're not even there with you. And
That's the point.
that is exactly the point,
That's the
Jim.
point.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm having that meeting then tomorrow. Thank you very much. The next item on my agenda, or the next item I wanted to bring up to you, and this kind of came out of a 3 a.m. not sleeping moment, was, I like the Estero Island Beach Club proposal, like Doug. I thought it was, they listened. I thought it was a good proposal, but I could not get beyond the height. And I couldn't get beyond the height. Somebody would say, well, then she's going to not approve Seagate. Oh, no, I'm going to look at every case individually because that's what it is. And that's a very good proposal. But I think that it is probably beyond time for the town council and the planning agency to talk about public benefits and height, because it's coming up in every single case. And I think we should be in unison. Maybe we don't agree, but we should at least voice and come to a discussion on it. Because, when somebody says to me, well, 2 years ago or last year, you said you would never approve anything that wasn't part of this plan. And then we say, well, the CPD is part of this plan. That doesn't ring, that doesn't ring truthful. It sounds like we're looking for an exception, which of course that's what it is. But I just think there needs to be an open conversation about it. It will be beneficial for the developers. It will be very beneficial for the community. And I think it will help us and help the town council. So if you all agree, I'll request a joint meeting.
Yeah, I agree totally. I think we need some guidance.
Would that be
Because-
after the election?
Because like Jim raised some very good points. We can't have everything. We want view corridors and all this stuff. Well, you squeeze the balloon and it pops up someplace else. But we are trying to we should have some guidance before we
Yep.
make our determinations on what's okay to squeeze and what's not.
And the consequences of getting this wrong are permanent.
Generational.
Generational.
Yeah.
And by the way, on both sides.
Yes,
because
sure.
the partners we have willingly come into the island now to make huge investments may not be those kind of people anymore. If we'll be working with someone we don't know from a faraway land that frankly will push every legal button they can push. And I've gone through this personally in another place that I live, when the developers get cornered and feel like you're not attending to what they're legally allowed to do, and they don't have to do all the other things with it. You have a different fight on your hands. So we don't want Nancy spending the next 6 years of her life
No.
defending a decision that we thought we had the right to make, and we have consequence. So it is important, very important for us to have the guidance and the clarity around where are not only the tolerable limits, but the consequence limits. When I say I want this, then we need to talk through the 3 things that's going to
That's right.
create and have an honest discussion about that.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's where we are. The last thing I would say is there's only so many parcels of land on this island that we're going to have to be dealing with these type of intensity and density issues. And we have to get those right. I know it feels bigger than that for the audience listening there, but in reality, when that gets done, we're going to be in a more normal case. So we need this guidance now.
And you
Can it
point
be
out
before the
something
next
too,
meeting?
Jim, that is extraordinarily important for Fort Myers Beach. You know, people refer to the developers, and
Absolutely.
it's this sort of nasty taste in your mouth when you say that. But these are decent human beings. And we're very fortunate to have the people that we have at the table right now. I don't know what will happen in the future, but right now to have these people at the table with us. And I say with us because I see it that way.
And you talked about the community outreach. You can have it or not have it, it's not required. I think these developers, at least to this point, are doing the other thing, and that's meeting with all of us
Yes,
and all
they
of
are.
council.
Yeah.
They're not required. Is it in their best interest? Of course it is.
Yeah.
But it's not a requirement. They can come in
Yeah.
with the, what's my right, and fight it through there. So
Yeah.
we have a relationship now that we want to preserve, we want to encourage, and take advantage of in the best way for everyone.
Yes, I agree. So, so we'll request that meeting, and we'll see what comes of the, we'll see what comes of the meeting tomorrow. Nancy, well, you know what? You'll have been in that meeting, so you can tell everybody what happened. With the meeting that where we're going to discuss scheduling, things like that.
Yes.
You'll be able to report that.
So having heard what you said, it is in conflict a little bit with the fact on September the 10th, the Seagate proposal is coming forward.
Yes,
and
I know.
that does have the special
I know.
benefits in it.
But it's putting it in everybody's head, you know? So
Did you want to have a discussion on the 10th of special benefit from a policy perspective among yourselves, and then address the
We don't have time.
Seagate?
I would like to have a special benefit discussion with the town council and a height discussion with the town council. Because otherwise, we're just gonna hit the wall every time we do something. Every time we do something. And I think that's important that we have that. Now, is it unfortunate or fortunate that Seagate's coming on the 10th? You could look at it however you want. Are they for sure coming in on the 10th?
As far as we can tell, yes.
As far
We're
as we can
working
tell.
hard
Do
to
we
make it
know who
happen.
else might be coming in on the 10th? So we're moving now to next month's agenda?
So the 10th, so far we have Seagate, Neptune, Arches. Potentially
Anything else?
Arches. We're still waiting on things from Arches, so that's
That's on
not
the 10th and the 11th.
Neptune and what?
Arches.
And the arches. Okay. When you speak to these folks, do they give you an indication of how long they think their presentation or their, you know, I happened to watch another meeting where the mayor time limited the presentations. Said this is allocated 45 minutes. Now, I don't see us doing that, but do they give you an indication or no? Okay. Okay.
First, you don't know how many people in the public will come either.
That's true.
huge.
Anything from anybody else? Thank you all. I really love serving with you. I really do. It's 1:18.
So moved.
May I have a motion? Thank you, Jim.
Second.
We're adjourned.
Take care.
Wow. Bye, Dawn. Are you ever
Bye.
coming back?